All right, we're live on YouTube. What's on your mind?
I think I'm really excited about the news still from yesterday, the removal of the NAG. But I know you guys want to talk about the BP.
Yeah, we can't start with the nag. We can't go with the whichever you guys want to talk about first. But yeah, Omar, do you want to
We
talk
talked
about?
about the NAG yesterday. I mean, it's going to be huge. Obviously, everyone's going to love it. It's going to increase take rates, but yeah, I mean, it's really a game changer for the user experience. FSD's going hands free. That's huge.
Absolutely. Yoda, do you think going nag free will increase? How much do you think it will increase take rate in the coming months?
Well, actually, I have a question. Does removing the NAG requirement also imply that you don't need to put your hands on a wheel? Like, are there still going to be messaging about that, and it's just that you don't have to exert the force?
Tesla will still recommend you put your hand on the wheel and watch the road. However, you won't be nagged to put your hand on the wheel. The cabin camera will handle the nagging based on if you're using your phone, for example.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, like I said yesterday, I am in the I think for the customer it's gonna be very convenient for the driver. But really why it's such a major news for me was that it implies the confidence from Tesla's end, as well as that they're able to convince whether they have or that's to be determined. They're able to convince the regulators that that is not a requirement going forward, which is huge news, and that they'll be relying on perhaps just the camera to see whether the driver is engaged.
Omar, I found when I was testing 12.3.6 that I can actually look away for a couple of seconds and it doesn't nag me. It used to be very sensitive, but the camera used to be
What do you
very
mean look
sensitive.
away? What are you looking at?
I mean, whether it's a phone or around, you know.
As long as you're not on it for too long, like if you have to look at the screen for like, 5 seconds, that's fine. You're probably not going to get in a crash in 5 seconds, but you don't want to stare at it for like a minute.
Yeah, the steering wheel weight that was maybe a bestseller on Alibaba is gonna tank. The new bestseller will be sunglasses with eyeballs on them.
Yeah, that's the one guy who was upset by yesterday's news. Elon announces no nag. You hear cheers from Tesla drivers across the world, and one angry guy who makes autopilot buggy going, no!
Omar, do you have sunglasses with eyeballs on them?
No, I just watch the road. I like living. I've used the software for many years. I've seen it do crazy shit. I like to look at the road, enjoy the scenery, put on some music, enjoy, look at the road. It's not very hard. And, then if something goes wrong, you're ready to take over.
I agree. Amped up.
Yeah, I have a question about the nag. So, say you're driving, you're not paying attention. Will you get notified to touch the steering wheel if the camera doesn't see you paying attention? And do you still get the strikes?
No, it'll just tell you to look at the road. So you just look at the road, then the warning goes away.
So there'll be no more strikes?
No, you can still get a strike if you're using your phone, for example. You just won't be nagged to touch the steering wheel.
Okay, thank you.
Amped up. Do you have FSC today? Did you buy it or do you subscribe to it?
Yeah, I bought it when I first got my car in 2020. So I was one of the first ones to get it. Like I live in Toronto, so I use it all the time. So yeah, I like it a lot. It's very nice.
Yeah, yeah. It's gotten really, really good. I mean, it's gotten really amazing actually.
Yeah. May I ask another question too as well?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up because it's from someone else. It's regarding the. Let me just get it up.
People are sending you questions. Why
Yeah.
don't they just come up and ask it?
Well, no, he was just asking for me because he was saying to me if 12.4 requires complete retraining. He's saying he's wondering if does that mean that 12.3 is subpar? And he makes a comment saying real end-to-end neural networks should learn from mistakes, mimicking the human brain's process. They shouldn't need constant retraining. Training on top of the existing knowledge should suffice.
This guy's got
Not,
no clue what he's
yeah,
talking about.
exactly. That's not even close to being correct.
Okay.
It's not like a brain. It's common to retrain models, right? I mean, like the point updates are little sort of fine tunes on the base model, but 12.4, 12.5, that's a full retrain. They're changing a little bit about the model architecture. They're obviously, changing the data set. They're adding new functionality, things like reversing. That requires retraining the model. So, I mean, you don't want to retrain the model if there's not going to be a huge benefit. But, for adding reverse, for adding actually smart summon, things like that, yeah, they did have to do sort of a ground up retrain. And they've been working on this for quite some time. They've been validating it, and now it's ready to release.
Yeah, it's really quite common. On the LLM side, um, you could think of ChatGPT 3, 4, and then eventually 5, 6 as fully retrained models, and then the dots in between are fine tunes.
Yeah, I mean, if you're kind of trying to get better at a subject, you go back to school or you do some, training on your own on the weekends. You study the topic. It's the same thing. You can't not train and expect to get better. Highland, Highland, you have to unmute yourself for us to hear you. All right. So 12.4, do you think, Omar, we're going to get it next week? That's the plan, right? What about .5.6, do you think?
Could take another month for each of them, but we would probably get point updates along the way, 12.4.1, 12.4.2, probably every week or two.
Hear me. Give me the other.
Yes, I did. You ask me a question because I just got up. I couldn't hear the last part.
No, just want to see what did you have to talk about?
I wanted to talk about Tesla getting into these new countries, and I was recently visiting a few countries. I saw some even newer Chinese companies. I was amazed. It's really amazing, all these random names out there, but very excited about Tesla getting into these new markets. Yeah.
Great. Man, there's a guy who, anyway, let's switch to BP.
Tell me about that.
Let's switch to BP, potentially buy in Tesla superchargers. Omar, what do you think about that news?
I don't think they're going to buy existing supercharger sites. I think what I'm taking away from this is we are full speed ahead on building out our charging network, which is using Tesla hardware. So this is a supercharger in all but name. It's going to be just like a supercharger, hardware made by Tesla. It's going to show up in our Tesla, vehicle navigation system, but Tesla doesn't have to pay for it. And they're going to build more than 3,000 stations in the United States alone this year. So, compare all the drama and people crying and Fred Lambert doing his song and dance. Oh my God, the supercharger team. What are we going to do? How are we going to charge? And, well, they're still building chargers. Okay. So maybe, just maybe, there's actually a plan here. Maybe we can actually build more chargers while spending less money. Do you ever think about that? More chargers, less money. So, how are we going to build more chargers, less money? One, anyone who wants to build a charging network, we'll sell them the hardware. So, instead of having to pay for the hardware ourselves and then, make a few cents on charging here and there until we pay off the, $1 million investment in this charging station, we actually get paid by BP. They pay us hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then they handle all the costs. We get paid up front, and they eventually make some money. They get good PR, whatever, right? This is pretty great. Now we can actually build more chargers. And guess what? Tesla was so dominant that they strangled the rest of the industry to death. How do you, as ChargePoint or EVgo or anybody else, survive with the 1,200-pound gorilla of Tesla that has the best charging network? Everybody's using their standard. Who's going to invest in your piece of shit company? Who? Okay. What chance do you have of succeeding? None. But now, if Tesla's not going to be expanding the network that much, these other companies have air to breathe. And people will invest in these companies because they saw this news story. And that is going to result in more chargers being built for less money. So, surprise, surprise, Elon is not an idiot. He hasn't lost his mind. He just looked at this and said, wait a minute, why do we need to build a shit ton of chargers? Why would we not just sell charging hardware to others? This is a strategy we announced, right? So why are we just continuing to build out all these chargers even though our sales are declining? TLDR, the sky is not falling, the world is not ending. Notice how there was no actual negative consequences. Was anyone not able to charge? Have we seen any impact of the construction of superchargers slowing? No. We have seen zero impact. Zero impact, and everybody crying and screaming, and oh my God, it's the end of the world. And what are we getting? We're getting more chargers with less money.
Thank you. Great summary. ACDC, then Yoda.
So this news, it's slightly different in my opinion, because I mean, BP had announced last year itself that they were buying 100 million or worth of superchargers from Tesla. BP Pulse had announced that, and this seems like it's an acquisition of Tesla supercharging sites. So not just equipment.
Tesla has not made a deal to sell supercharging sites. This guy went on Bloomberg. He said, look, if there's any landlords, anything that are having any issues, give us a call. We are willing to take, be the financial player in this if Tesla is not. But Tesla is not planning to shut down any existing supercharger sites. They're not planning to sell any. If they did want to, if they wanted to make a deal like that with BP, they could just take off the Tesla nameplate and put a BP logo on it, and that's that. But that's, I watched the interview on Bloomberg. I think he's kind of just throwing that out there just to kind of reassure people. But I don't think they've actually made a deal or are going to make a deal where existing supercharger sites are sold from Tesla to BP.
Yoda, and then Michael.
Yeah, exactly. This is this is getting BP to essentially add additional supercharger points on the map um, without Tesla doing so directly. So this sort of third party partnership um, for doing this work is really smart. And for BP, it's a win because you know they can now attract the EVs to go and buy grocery items or what have you, convenience items at their gas stations. And the margin on selling gas, now they're somewhat vertically integrated, but sort of from a gas station perspective, it's very low margins. Maybe it's 5-10 cents a gallon, whereas convenience goods, 30% at least. Um, the other play could be for BP to get a foothold into China. Currently, they have about 750 stations in China, which is about less than 4% of their total stations around the world. And so, as EV becomes the um, main vehicle in China, they could definitely partner with Tesla to enter that market through the supercharging technology.
Michael, then Omar.
Yeah, I just wanted to back up Omar and say that and confirm that basically what they're looking to do is to take over leases that Tesla is backing out of anyway. So what in order to build a supercharger, a new site, you need to lease the parking spot areas from the owner of the land. And so Tesla has backed out of a few leases in New York, I believe. And so other charging kind of network operators are looking to snatch up those leases and go ahead with those sites. So that's it's confirmed that that's from that article. The VP or the CEO of BP Pulse Americas was saying we want to pick up those leases basically from those real estate partners. And also from that article, they said that it was previously announced that they bought 100 million chargers last year. That was the announcement that came out. 100 million from Tesla superchargers, and so those are expected to start deploying later this year and early 2025. So they're probably trying to snap up those leasing sites and deploy in there. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you, Michael. That's great detail. Omar?
Yeah, that was a great point that he made about the leases that they're backing out of. As they're slowing the expansion, they're not going to build every charging site that they had planned to this year. So I think BP coming in as the hero and saying, hey, let's build this charging site anyway, and let's build it using Tesla hardware, but we're going to slap a BP logo on it. It's great press for them. Like, this is A plus PR for an oil company. They come in looking like the hero and everybody's happy. Everybody forgets about all those oil spills and everything. Now, the other point I wanted to make is that these partners can actually deploy superchargers more with greater capital efficiency than Tesla using Tesla's hardware. So what do I mean by this, right? So they take the winning hardware formula that Tesla has, the reliability, the uptime, everything of that technology, but they combine it with their existing footprint. So rather than, for example, Tesla having to go out and lease some land, they've got an existing footprint of, for example, physical retail locations. They've got, a store there where you can go in, you can buy snacks. Sometimes you can get a car wash. You have the ability to monetize these high income customers, right? They're going to come in, they're going to buy some snacks, some drinks, some food, whatever, and you have the ability to monetize that while they're charging there. Tesla doesn't really have that as much as they do with their existing factory footprint. Instead of acquiring land, you've already got land in many cases. You've got already teams that work on these things. You have people who are maintenance people and repair people and managers, and there's overlap there between their existing footprint and these new charging stations they want to build. So they can actually profit more and generate more return on that investment because of their existing business. And now Tesla has taken a CapEx item and they've actually turned it into revenue, which is kind of crazy.
Machine, welcome.
Hello, sir. How are you?
What's happened? I'm good.
Well, you know, I had a nice trail run in the sun overlooking the ocean. It's beautiful. And I come back and I see I have all these notifications from Meta spamming me in his downward spiral on SAE J whatever 316. And it's really sad. And he's trying to take down other Tesla fans with him that are just totally in denial of reality. And yeah, it's sad to see.
Yeah, it is.
I pinged, by the way, Wes would know if Wes is, I see him there if he's listening. This TMC, Tesla Motors Club forum member, Nightshade. This guy is like, he downloaded the J316 into his brain, and he's always, for years, spouting off every piece of it. And one reason why I was like, well, I don't know where he's getting this stuff from with human operators. And so I asked him what he thought about this. And do you mind if I read his response, or is that too much? Maybe you guys don't care. What do you think?
Wes is coming up. Let me just grab Billy Bob Joe's comment real quickly.
Question on the new supercharger structure, selling the hardware. Would there be any?
Okay. We're gonna get back to that in a second. Let me just get let's get this Machine West thing. Let's stay on the speaker board. Machine.
Yeah. So, number one, big picture, this bet was about competency of the vehicle to be able to essentially drive by itself, right? That was what we essentially were betting. I thought
you were talking about some other thing. I thought you were talking about some email or whatever.
Yeah, I am talking about that. I'm giving a premise, right? So that was the overall bet, but then Meta got into these details of, well, actually, it could be L4 into these situations and these situations. And I think he's misinterpreting things. So I asked this member, and here's his response. So here, he says, the short answer is L4, by definition, can never require a human to even be in the car, let alone take over. If a human is required ever, it can't be higher than L3. Note, a system that permits but does not ever require a human to take over can also be L4, which means one of L4's requirements, the defining requirement above L3, is being designed to always perform the DDD fallback task when needed, i.e., what happens if the driving system can't handle an upcoming thing, including leaving its ODD, must also be handled by the car. This is also one of the reasons I'm dubious.
This is irrelevant. Yeah, it's also irrelevant. Like this is not the topic of the. This is not the essence of the bet, and I've moved on already from that bet. Like I don't know why we're still talking about this. There are other things I want to talk about.
Well, it seems like your friend is refusing to come to your space based on you being mean. That's what it seems.
I wasn't being mean. I wasn't.
Well,
I just kind of I was done with the topic, removed it from the speaker board, and that's all.
He's mocking you for saying Tesla will triple now. So
okay, great. Whatever. I don't care. Listen. This is a waste of time. Drama is not what I'm looking for. I hate drama, and focusing on this is slowing down the pace of learning in the space. And so as a guiding principle, we're going to move on. Wes, did you have anything to say before I go to Billy Bob Joe?
I do want to say that I think it's probably worth talking about, like what is kind of like the level that you want to set of discussion on this space, which I think you do really well, but I think it's worth reaffirming that and saying, like, do we want to keep discussing about SAE or not? And if somebody brings it up, just shut it down. Because I think it's more important to speculate on what we think Tesla is going to do from a user experience rather than talk about a government government thing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I actually agree with Omar that these SAE levels are complete nonsense.
If
And
Well, it's
people
the
are
so
car,
debating
listen, the
they're
what
car,
frustratingly
yeah,
confusing.
yeah,
They're just
exactly,
so
exactly,
confusing.
exactly. And it's very simple. Like, I think we should just keep the discussion simple: supervised, unsupervised. That's all the levels we need.
exactly?
Okay. All right, Michael.
I'm just curious. Technically, if they're doing the summon and banish without a human driver, is that technically unsupervised and also maybe level 4?
No, you have to supervise it, even though you're outside the car. You have to do it within eyesight of the car. It only works within eyesight of the car, and you're still supervising. So forget about the SAE levels. Anytime you hear someone talk about the SAE levels, you know instantly that they have no clue what they're talking about, because they really have nothing to do with anything. It's, like, okay, a Waymo's supervised, unsupervised sometimes. Is it level 2? Is it level 4? No, it's just sometimes supervised and unsupervised. Let's use that terminology from now on. And there's no debate. FSD is very clearly supervised. It's in the name, right? And when it's unsupervised, that's going to be very clear too.
Perfect. All right, apologies to Bill Joe, but we have hands up on the topic. So West and Yoda.
Yeah, I think the banish and summon is just consider yourself to be a remote operator, and you can stop the experience when necessary.
Yoda.
Yeah, the other thing that's wrong with the level system is that it assumes that you have to go sequentially, whereas um, Tesla can actually leapfrog a couple of the levels. But just a quick point about back to BP. Do you guys think there's going to be other gas stations that follow the
Yes.
Chevron shells? Yeah, this is just a start.
Yes. They're open to selling the hardware to anybody, and they've already announced deals with other companies, for example, in Europe.
So get them starting with the plug, then the stations, and then the batteries to store the energy.
Exactly. They'll sell them mega packs, they'll sell them charging hardware, they'll sell them power cabinets, everything they need. All they got to do is just set it up and maintain it, use their property, whatever. Tesla will do the actual technical part of it. So I think it's, a genius solution. I think it's great. I think this is actually going to just create a better outcome for everybody.
But Tesla is just a car company, Omar.
Well,
Machine.
I just don't know why people are acting like this is new news. This is from like October. They
Okay,
already
good.
announced that they were going to do this.
Bill Joe.
Is there any potential for recurring revenue from this, from selling it to BP and others? Is it just maintenance or any other way they can add this to recurring revenue?
I don't
I
think
never
so.
thought. I never thought supercharging would be a material part of revenues or profits. And despite other tweets and threads about all this stuff, I think even Adam Jones put out an analyst note on this. It's just not the focus. It's one of those things that if it's outsourceable, if you have confidence that the rest of the industry can do it, then it's something that you should outsource because it's heavy capex. It is, encumbered by a lot of regulatory issues, permitting activity. It's labor intensive. So, that's, I guess Elon thought that this is the time to kind of take that leap. And, it makes sense.
Here's the sort of litmus test as investors. Look at NVIDIA. What are their margins? Their margins are 76%. Okay. We want a business where, at the peak of the auto business, the margins were 30%. We want to take the 70, not the 30. So look at the entire business and say, is this a business where you get 70% margins or something where you get the 30 or less? And charging is not going to be a high margin business. It's going to become a commodity. It was necessary for Tesla to jumpstart it, it's now been jump started, and it's not really actually that great of a business long term.
Great. Bull 2035.
Hey, and let's not forget what we're seeing with Wawa, Casey's, Bucky's. You know, fueling stations are not, they're restaurants. They're all these things that are such a distraction from what Tesla's really doing here. So what a headache. So I hope they are able to get rid of it. It was proof of concept. Elon proved it, and now let's move forward.
Great.
Yeah, you have to be able to rethink things. It's very cherished, obviously, but it's like when Jobs went up and he said, "We got the iPod Nano, we're killing the iPod Mini." Sometimes you have to be willing to rethink just sort of the fundamentals of your business to get to the next level.
Do you guys think this will save ChargePoint's, EVgo, and other charging companies?
They haven't announced a deal to buy Tesla's hardware yet. I don't see why someone would go to ChargePoint or EVgo when BP and Company A and Company B actually have a better charging experience because they have Tesla hardware and plug and charge. Going to an EVgo charger is like getting an anal probe from an alien species, but more frustrating. I went to Whole Foods and I said, "Oh, great, I actually need to charge. Let me plug into this EVgo." So I plug into the EVgo and I'm trying to figure it out. And then it says, "Okay, swipe your membership card." Oh, okay, no, then you can use the app. Now I'm signing up for the app. I'm entering my email address. I'm entering my birthday. I'm a male. I'm like, what the fuck? Then I have to confirm my email. Then finally I realize the charger doesn't work. So then I pull out, I go to the other charger, I do a bunch of stuff. After about 20 minutes, I finally start charging. That's how long it takes for the whole charging session. Okay. If I had gone to a Tesla charger, I'd be done charging by the time I get the EVgo charger to start charging. So that is the competitive advantage that people that have Tesla hardware will get. And if I were EVgo or ChargePoint, I would just shut down my entire hardware division, buy superchargers, and make that the future of the company, building superchargers.
Even if they did that, do you think they would survive?
Like I said, it's a tough business. It's not easy for anybody to survive.
Yeah. What do you think is the advantage that Tesla has in manufacturing these chargers? Like, why doesn't BP set up a factory and build these chargers?
Well, first, vertical integration. They designed the car and they designed the charger and they can design them together. Secondly, a lot of the experience that they have in doing the drivetrain and battery on the vehicle translates directly to the power electronics of the charging. And thirdly, it's really much more than the hardware. It's a beautiful symphony of hardware, software, cloud services, and site selection all working together. I mean, these guys are picking really good locations where there's shops. It's not sketchy usually. There's restaurants, there's bathrooms, there's stuff for you to do at every supercharger. There's a McDonald's across the street. And then, just the other day, I was driving in my Cybertruck and, so I said, okay, take me over here. And the computer on my Cybertruck said, "Okay, I think you're going to get there with about, 3% remaining." And I said, "Okay." And it told me, "Hey, drive at this speed to make sure that you arrive there." And I said, "Okay, I'll go 80 miles an hour." And it kept me updated in real time if I'm going to make it. If I'm not going to make it, it'll automatically reroute me to a different charging spot. That software and that experience, it told me, okay, there's going to be 12 stalls available when you arrive. I'm predicting this because I know how many other cars are coming. That software experience is really key in allowing me to make a road trip in an EV and not worry about it. Not only is the hardware there and it's going to work, but the software is going to work. It's going to be connected to cloud services that help me make the right decision. And it all just results in this seamless experience where I just type in the address and it just tells me where to go. The battery preheats and it all just works together like magic.
So when Tesla sells that hardware to BP, the software is going to be the same. Those BP chargers are going to show up in our cars. When we do a route planner, it's going to pick a BP station just like it would pick a Tesla station. And the entire software experience and everything is going to be seamless. So it's really not just about the charger hardware at all. I would say probably they don't have that much of an advantage in building the charger hardware. I mean, they're very good at that too. They have the prefabricated stations and everything else, but it's really the vertical integration that makes the experience magic.
ACDC.
Yeah, man, my bet is that these places like EVgo and ChargePoint, they will completely disappear. I think these were bad business models, bad technology that only came into the market because of subsidies. They were making very expensive chargers, which did not work. And now with Tesla selling them pretty much to everybody and having their own, these things will slowly just disappear. The subsidies help them, and those are going to go away sooner than later. And they're not going to be able to be a viable business.
Thank you.
I've just posted my video comparing Mercedes driver assistance system to Tesla side by side. I put them on the exact same road, showing the video next to each other. And although although Consumer Reports rated the Mercedes-Benz system 72 and the Tesla system 61, I was able to show that the Tesla had 0 interventions and the Mercedes system had 44 interventions on the same drive.
Man, Consumer Reports lost so much credibility in my eye and in the eyes of tens of thousands of Tesla community members over the last few years that it's shocking how fast they fell off a cliff in terms of credibility.
Yeah, and as you can see in the video, it's actually way less safe.
That is so wild. What's their relationship with Ford Foundation again, Omar? Do you remember?
Yeah, the Ford Foundation is one of the big donors, and I think there's also like a GM related foundation. But the Ford Foundation and the GM's foundation are theoretically not related to the business, but it is the Ford family and some of the families behind GM that did it. So they say that doesn't affect their independence, but that is obviously one of their funders.
What was the reason why they knocked down points from Tesla?
So, this is kind of the issue with it is instead of ranking the system by how good it is, they rank the system by how bad it is. So the things that we actually don't like, they actually give extra points for it. So taking away the nag, to them that's a negative, right? Instead of a positive. So Mercedes-Benz got a 10 out of 10 on capabilities and performance, which is amazing considering the auto lane change barely works. It doesn't handle traffic lights. It doesn't handle stop signs. It doesn't handle turns. I mean, you're really like going back to the Stone Age in terms of driver assistance systems if you're going from a Tesla to this thing. But they gave it a 10 out of 10 and they only gave autopilot a 9 out of 10, if you can believe that. Then the next category is keeping driver engaged. They gave Mercedes a 5 out of 10. Meanwhile, Tesla only got a 3 out of 10. And I'm guessing they're going to lose a couple more points for removing the nag. Even though the system's getting better and you don't need a nag, their scoring system doesn't take that into account. Mercedes-Benz got a 5 out of 10 for while Tesla Autopilot got a 5 out of 10. Which, if you look at the Mercedes system, it's really complicated to figure out how to turn on. You got to click set and reset, and it's kind of unclear what the button to turn it on even is. Whereas autopilot, you just pull once on the stock down to drive, and that's it. So I definitely don't agree. I would definitely consider autopilot to be much easier to use. Then clear when safe to use. They gave Mercedes a 3 out of 10. They also gave Tesla a 3 out of 10. And then unresponsive driver, they gave Mercedes a 6 out of 10, where Tesla only got a 4 out of 10.
Wes, what do you make of this Consumer Reports FUD about Tesla FSD?
I remember from the past that report or the testing methodology was very flawed. They looked at it more like from the perspective of traditional car features rather than an always improving software experience, a rolling computer on wheels. So I kind of discounted it, and I don't remember details.
Thank you.
Omar, so this test of yours, this is under 40 miles per hour because that's what the Mercedes system operates at, right?
No, this is a city streets test. The EQS that we have doesn't run Mercedes Drive Pilot because only cars that are specially equipped with LiDAR can run it. And currently, there's only 1 or 2 cars in the United States that have that LiDAR hardware. So, this is the other piece that they don't tell you. Even if you get a brand new top end EQS, not all of them even have the hardware to support it, right? You contrast that with Tesla, where the creator of Gmail yesterday was tweeting about his 2016 8-year-old Tesla running FSD 12. So, people go, oh, Mercedes is so much more advanced. That's another thing they don't talk about. Good luck finding a car that can actually run this useless level 3 feature. And, even the top end cars can't run it. As opposed to Tesla, they're creating something that every Tesla can run. Whether you buy a Model 3 at the base price or, something like a Cybertruck.
I had no idea. They spent so much money on their advertising campaigns. I mean, those ads were all over TV recently, and that's for cars that don't even have the hardware yet.
ACDC, since you have experience building DCF models and looking at valuations at a deeper level, how do you expect this NAG removal to impact Tesla's stock price?
Well, that's interesting. I mean, it really comes back to FSD take rate. So that's exactly what I've been trying to kind of look at. I think Yoda replied to one of your posts where he was forecasting 1 million to reach for Tesla to reach 1 million FSD. I kind of think it's possible. I had something very different happen to this afternoon when I was driving my Tesla. That's never happened. In fact, I wanted Omar's feedback on this. I was just driving just a normal drive. I wasn't on FSD, and I had a pop-up asking me to turn on or giving me the option to turn on FSD by the stock toggle. I've never seen that before. So I don't know if this is Tesla pushed something to encourage people to use FSD more, but I definitely think this wow factor will lead to an uptick in the take rate, and the sooner this 0.4, 0.5, 0.6 rolls out, the larger it's going to be.
Yes.
The only UI I've ever seen that pops up when FSD isn't running is if you want to have your month free on the trial. So if it's something different and if you can remember the wording, I'd appreciate it because I haven't ever seen any other UI that mentions FSD when FSD isn't running.
So this was a little pop-up in the same place where your seatbelt warning comes up and your text message, phone, media bracket basically, and I started the drive, and it would just a little pop up. You can engage FSD by pulling down on the stock. That's what it said.
You were in a drive cycle?
I was.
So you were in drive?
Yes.
Huh. Yeah, the only reason I it's weird is because that would distract the driver, and they don't put any messages up unless they're a warning message. So that's interesting. So anyway, if you see it again, take a screenshot. I'd love to read it.
Any questions on FSD supercharger deal? Elon's comp. Cybertruck, please request to speak. Omar, there's a Reuters headline. Actually, I'm not sure what the headline here is. Let's see. I pinned it at stuff. This post is from Carl Quintanilla, who works for CNBC. And then he mentions Reuters in the post, but then also says Washington Post. So I'm not sure who's reporting this. I guess Washington Post. Trump asked oil CEOs at Mar-a-Lago to raise $1 billion for his campaign, vowed to target EVs. What do you make of this? Is Dave Katz in the audience?
Yeah, running a presidential campaign is expensive. So he needs to, raise money. That's a good pitch. He's really aiming at Biden and his EV policy. He is making a strong message to voters that, listen, Biden is going to kill your jobs, because if we go to EV, you guys aren't going to make EVs and your company's going to die. So you need to vote for me. Now, when you look at the states that are actually going to decide this election, it's actually very few states. And one of them is Michigan, and others in the region like, Pennsylvania and others that are very much affected by these things. It's going to be really them who decides the election. So I think this message is really one that is pretty powerful in swaying those voters who are really going to decide the election. Basically, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania will decide the election.
ACDC?
Yeah, man. So I think as soon as you said Carl Quintanilla and Washington Post, I kind of knew exactly where this article's going. Carl has been very negative on Tesla, very negative on everything Trump at CNBC is. Okay, so I'm going to look into the article a little bit more, but my take is that Trump is pro free enterprise. Okay, he is anti mandates, anti subsidies, and anti government promotion. Okay, and that's something, in my opinion, has actually hurt Tesla rather than help Tesla. It brought all these useless players into the industry, put margin pressure on Tesla, and look what's happening now. So Tesla doesn't need that, and I think that's exactly kind of what he's leading to. I doubt that he will ever be a hindrance to Tesla. In fact, if anything, I think Elon and Trump would get along pretty darn well, and it would only be a help to him.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously, you'd look at him probably trying to repeal IRA and stuff like that, but that's caused as many problems as it's solved, really. And maybe the best thing that could happen is for Trump to get into office and to go hard fighting against EVs, because liberals hate Trump and they will all go buy an EV if Trump tells them not to.
Well, aren't you guys? I mean, that's funny, but aren't you guys concerned about the IRA credits for battery production? Cybertruck gets, I think, about $4,000 or
Good
$5,000.
luck. Good luck repealing those credits. Good luck, Donald Trump. Of course, those have to be repealed by Congress. And you're going to convince the guy who's getting billions of dollars to vote against his own district? No, they're going to fight to keep that. And I mean, he's all against, China and saying we need to have more domestic manufacturing. That's built up a huge amount of domestic manufacturing in this country. So I don't see those staying. The EV tax credit, I could see that going. But honestly, that thing is a mess. Model 3 Performance is cheaper than Model 3 Long Range. Why? If you buy a bigger, less efficient Model Y, we'll give you a tax credit, but if you buy a Model 3 which is smaller and more efficient, then you don't get it. How does that make any sense? Model S and X don't qualify, huh? I mean, hybrids qualify. This EV tax credit has just been a disaster. And if it stays, great. If they kill it, I'm not crying any tears over it. Plus, if they repeal it, you'll have a bunch of people trying to buy before it ends.
That's a really good point.
As a matter of fact, we should be spreading FUD that Trump is going to get elected and remove the EV tax credit. So buy this year before it goes away.
Sounds like we're in a new meme. Pennington.
The three most polarizing people in America are most likely President Trump, President Biden, and Elon Musk. So unless we have a CEO that could somehow figure out a way to navigate these political firecrackers, I just don't see how we're going to find our way out of it. I mean, Omar, yesterday you were speaking more in defense of, well, if the technology is good enough, it should be fine, we should sell. And then when you just said that, you think, well, if Trump comes in and goes all after EVs, the liberals are going to come in and buy them. I honestly feel like their antipathy towards Elon Musk is greater than that towards Donald Trump right now. And I just feel like the transition to EVs are going to continue to be depressed because politically we're losing.
No, I think that they hate Trump more. They're just mad at Elon because Trump is out of office. They're bored. They don't have anything to be angry about. So, great, Elon. He's kind of like Trump, he tweets. We can use the same app and get mad on the same app. This is great. Once Trump's in office, they'll be mad at him. So, I think EVs are inevitable ultimately. They're cool. The technology is great. Interest rates have been high. People haven't been buying as many new cars. They've been going for more affordable cars because they don't want to pay a ton of interest. So we've seen a little bit of a slowdown that I think has really been greatly exaggerated in this long-term trend of EVs. And you look at autonomy, you look at this technology, I think it's going to spur a lot of sales. It doesn't matter if the president is Biden or Trump or Yaman. Either way, EVs are going to take over.
Well, I wasn't born here, so. Scott.
My question is about BP taking over with that, what was mentioned today. If they, with however they buy out the Tesla superchargers or whatever, or future ones, do you think there's a chance of them raising prices per kilowatt hour that we'll have to pay because it's not, Tesla was trying to initially get the initial, it was cheaper for Teslas, but then they were charging Ford more. How is that going to go moving forward if it goes more towards BP?
No, they
That's a
can
really good
actually
question.
afford to lose more money than Tesla can. I mean, Tesla doesn't have that much money, right? They're making money selling cars. These guys are the best business in the world. Dig shit out of the ground and sell it for $100 a barrel. They have so much cash, they don't know what to do with it. They can take a little bit of a loss on charging for some good PR to make people forget that, they're responsible for polluting the whole earth, right? So they have the ability to price it lower than Tesla does.
Do you think Tesla will make any margin on selling the hardware?
I do, yeah. I do. I think they'll they're really providing something quite valuable to them, I think they'll price it appropriately. And, the more I think about this strategy, the more genius it is, right? You're actually getting a better outcome for less money. So just remember that next time everyone's pissing their pants about something Elon did, saying they lost his mind, because of course Fred Lambert from Electric or whoever knows how to run the business better. And, just wait a little bit. Just wait a week or two and see what the strategy actually is. And you might find out that it makes sense. And, this was there. We all knew about the BP thing. Everyone just assumed that without the supercharging team, they just can't go forward anymore. But that's not the case. The CEO of BP Pulse is saying we are full steam ahead and ready to take over any leases that Tesla doesn't go through with.
Scott. Scott, did you talk? Tris.
Yes. The Trump administration had 4 years to do something positive on the EV front. Did zero. Gave trillions in tax cuts. Nothing in there for the EVs. The Koch brothers and all of the rest of the oil companies are behind Republicans and Trump. And it's ironic that the Biden administration stepped in just like the Obama administration stepped in and did something on climate subsidies. But for some reason, that's a negative. And it's funny coming from some people that call themselves liberals to be so positive on someone like Trump and the GOP, whose whole reason for existing is oil and damaging the climate. I don't understand it.
Well, I think you're right. Trump is not for EVs. He used to go out and say, I like coal. I'm a coal guy, which to me is like, what the hell are you smoking, dude? There is no future for coal. Everyone's moved to natural gas. So, he's honest. He's for fossil fuels. He doesn't, mix anything up about it. And that's part of the reason why I voted for Joe Biden. I thought, oh, Joe Biden is going to be great for EVs. And he's going to bring back the tax credit. And I think that's going to help Tesla. And on the EV front, I'm disappointed. We haven't seen an acceleration in EV sales. EV sales have actually slowed down. And that's really the combination of a few things. One, I think the inability to get the deficit under control has created a fiscal stimulus that has contributed to inflation and led to monetary tightening. That monetary tightening has hurt EVs, which have larger, more expensive battery packs. And as interest rates go higher, consumers buy less new vehicles, they trend towards more affordable models, they buy less EVs. Then the EV tax credit, which was supposed to help EVs, ended up subsidizing hybrids, putting more pollution on the road. And it made it just, made life hell for the EV companies. It capped their profits, right? You can't charge more than this. Well, that sucks, right? We need to charge more to make more money. Now our profits are capped. We have to, use domestic sourcing for batteries, which is more expensive. It was a wolf in sheep's clothing, really, which is what pisses me off because, if you're going to say, hey, I'm for coal, that's great. Okay. At least he's being transparent. I'm still against his position, but at least he's being clear. But for Biden to say, I'm all for EVs, then at the same time, these policies have actually hurt EVs. So I've come to realize it doesn't really matter either way. I'm not going to vote for either of these guys. I don't think that either of them had particularly good EV policy, but also both of them have been president and EVs continue to progress regardless for both of them, right?
Yeah, which is true. I'm going to vote for one of them simply because one of them does have an EV policy, which can be improved, and one of them does not. Secondly, one of the guys made a comment about something towards the money. Well, different presidents put money where they wanted to go. Trump had this tariff war with China, which in turn is basically a tax on the American people because they only pass that on to us. He turned around and had to give $30 billion to the agriculture farmers. Well, that's where he wanted that money to go. That was a grant. That was not money that needed to be paid back. So priority-wise, I am voting for Joe Biden because at least he is doing something positive for the EV community. It may not be exactly what we want, but at the same time, what's happening with it is at least people can have something to fall back on to possibly help them afford an EV. My last thing would be, and I'll go after this, is what if Trump was to get back in and he was to be as aggressive as he's saying he's going to be against EVs? Do you really think that that's going to be something positive? And the last, this is really what I wanted to say, and I'm out of here. I'm sorry. When Elon Musk and his brothers and his family came to America, it's ironic that they landed in liberal California, Nancy Pelosi's district to be exact, if I'm not mistaken. Now he's went over to the right wing and went south to Texas, and everything seems to be positive and okay with that. But when he came here, I would like to ask him directly, when you came to America, why didn't you go directly to the old Confederate South that you're so in love with now? Why did you stop in liberal Nancy Pelosi's district of California?
Okay, thank you.
Well, he actually
Omar,
came
you
to
want to
Canada.
respond? Yeah.
I mean, he started in Canada. He had some relatives there, and then he went to school at Stanford, or he was supposed to go to a graduate program there, but didn't, and then started a company. But I think you make good points. Like, I think everybody should vote their conscience. So I'm voting my conscience by not voting for either of them. If you want to vote for Biden or Trump, vote for whoever you think is right. But ultimately, whoever's president, it's going to be fine. I think that, Trump obviously has some issues. There's a lot of people who don't like him, but I think generally he presided over a pretty permissive regulatory environment. I think we could get robo taxis under Trump probably more easily than Biden. And that's honestly what matters to me more than like consumer EV adoption now. So, I don't, like I said, I don't think it really matters either way. I wouldn't lose sleep over who wins the election. Ultimately, whoever gets in office, they end up doing pretty similar things.
And Elon also talked about before how he hasn't really changed his views on these things. It's just the left has moved more left, and so I guess that answers Trish's question before too. ACDC and then Nick.
So I just wanted to address one point. Nobody's against this transition, and I think Tesla led the transition, but you can't have a forced transition. 1% of the cars in this country are EVs. Okay, so you can't just focus on that 1% and almost punish the rest of the 99%. Okay, so that imbalance is what had been created. And like I said, I'm going to go back to my original point that for good free enterprises, profitable free enterprises, you don't need the government to step in. Okay, whether it's solar, whether it's EVs, you put a good product out there, the consumer sees the value, the consumer sees the benefit of that to the environment, the consumer will adopt it. And that's my point.
I don't know. I think it's all naive. Do you believe that climate is changing and humans are contributing to it and that we should do something about it?
It is. And that's something that this country has done better than any other country over the years and years. But you can't just accelerate it to this crazy, nonsensical way where look at what they're doing. I mean, now they want to ban gas stoves. They don't want cows to exist. They don't want, things have kind of gone to an absurd level, okay? While China and India are still producing CO2, pollution, gases, everything at the same level. So you can't just handicap one country and take the burden of the entire world.
Well, China's EV adoption is actually further along than US, and they're moving along. They're at a different stage of their development, obviously, growth, but they're doing in some ways more towards climate change, towards climate change than even US is, right? With solar panels and EVs specifically.
They are, but they're also not pulling back on coal or anything else because they need that to get to all of these other goals, right? And I think in this country, what people fail to realize is a lot of this climate push that has come from certain industry and lobbyists, okay? And it goes back to many political contributions and stuff, okay? So this is not really like, oh, this is great for it and it will be successful. This is money moving from one place to the other. And now you're finding out as these companies are literally falling by the wayside every day.
So do you believe that climate is changing and humans are contributing to it and that we should do something about it? It really is from the question.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Nick and then Pennington.
Yeah, so I guess without getting too political, I definitely think it's foolish to think that politics or elections aren't going to play a role in the what happens next year, potentially with EVs. I consider myself a little more conservative, but I have two EVs, I have solar panels. I think it's crazy that this stuff is politicized. I mean, you have your panels, you're self-reliant, you don't need to depend on the grid, utility companies. And then you have your EVs where I'm charging. I put an article out there, and over the last year I generated more energy than I consumed. And with both my EVs, I'm driving for free. So I do think it's crazy because I get a hard time from other people on the right about this stuff, and I'm like, I don't get how this is political, but I do think politics is going to come. We have people in there right now who support EVs. We have the incentives, and if numbers start going down for Tesla and other EV manufacturers, I mean, if somebody gets in there that's conservative, and they take away some of these EV incentives, I mean, I don't see that pushing the needle towards more, EVs or solar panels, stuff like that. But one of my bigger concerns is the layoffs, and I say that because a lot of people on my LinkedIn network over the last couple of days, and again, these aren't high level executives, these aren't VPs. These are people that have been at Tesla for 7, 8, maybe 9 years. Regional managers, people that are in different roles. I am seeing today on LinkedIn that they are all open to work, and I've spoken to a few of them. I said I was sorry that this happened, and they already have interviews lined up at Rivian, and again, I don't want to see anybody out of a job. But I do have to wonder if this is going to cause, potential ripples in the future for Tesla, recruiting top talent. I mean, if you've got a family, if you have people that you care for and, they depend upon you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So you said the people in your network all have Rivian interviews
No,
lined
not
up.
all. No, I've spoken to a few,
Okay.
and one of them that I've
How
spoken
many?
to has one tomorrow.
Okay, so one
Listen,
of them. Then. Okay.
Yep.
tell your
All right.
friend this. If he's packing up his stuff in a box at Tesla to go to Rivian, don't take too much stuff out of the box.
Well, yeah, Rivian, and I honestly feel, I hope they make it, right. Like, I want to see more EV companies, and I think Rivian's one of the only other exciting companies outside of Tesla. But if somebody is young and out of college, yeah, they're going to take that risk, probably work at Tesla because, they don't have family, they're young, they're, going to be working those 80-hour weeks. I just have concerns of attracting, some of that experience level talent that sometimes you need 10 years because with these layoffs, and I'm sure Elon knows more than all of us. So this could work out perfectly well, and I could just be a fool right now. But when I saw my LinkedIn network today of almost 1,000 people, I have seen a lot of statuses from people that I know that did work at Tesla that are open to work. And I reached out and, I said I was sorry, like I said. So again, I hope everybody lands on their feet. I personally have spoken to some of these people, and I can tell you, I considered a job at Tesla over 5 years ago. I was actually offered the job, but I had concerns as I have a family, kids, and I turned it down. And these people talked to me for the interview process and just gave me tips. They spoke to me for
Thank
30
you.
minutes. They were Tesla
Thank you very much.
advocates through and through. Okay.
Pennington.
Yeah, I look back and I think of the DOE loans from the 2010s, and the Democrats and Republicans still cite those. Tesla repaid them, others didn't, but it kind of didn't matter because Tesla got them, and they still use that as for political retribution. So on the incentives, I sort of feel like, and I think Omar might agree with this, it will be better if companies did not receive any incentives, if consumers did not receive any incentives, and you either make a better car for cheaper than an ICE car, and you survive, and people want that because it's a better product for less, or you don't. But I just think that once you get money from the government, you're all of a sudden the center of a political firestorm, and it's very difficult to navigate through that.
Omar.
Well, I think if you're looking for a job where you can kind of just chill and be comfortable, don't have to worry about doing too
Google.
much, and you
Go to
and you
Google.
have stability. Yeah, Google's a great company.
Yeah.
It's
Pays
not
well.
Tesla though.
You don't work that much hard.
So, if for the people who are leaving, we thank them for laying themselves off. And this is actually what you want. You want to cut costs. Even though it's hard, it's a little bit demoralizing, you come out stronger. And that ends up creating morale in the future as the company succeeds. So nobody important is being let go. You see Ashok, Phil Dwan, all these people. Have we seen any of them leave? Nope. They're still there. You hear people like every day, oh my God, this guy left. I was seeing people post about, Rich Otto. Oh my God, Rich Otto left. He's the head of product launches at Tesla. How are they going to launch a product without Rich Otto? And, I don't mean to belittle this guy. I thank him for his work at Tesla. Like, obviously, we love Tesla. We love all the people who work at Tesla and, their contribution. But I just went and I searched his LinkedIn. I said, okay, what did this guy actually do? Okay, so, his thing says, okay, he was an intern at Automobile Magazine for 4 years. That's a long internship, just, as an aside. Then he worked at Faraday Future for 1 year. Okay, that's some interesting experience. Then he worked for 6 years and 9 months at Tesla. Nice. And he was responsible for bridging the gap. He's basically a marketing role, bridging the gap between Tesla vehicle engineering, creative and content teams, and responsible for the successful launch of vehicle products across the web, digital sales, media, and events. And he would arrange the events. He did the Cybertruck event, the Plaid delivery event, that type of thing. So, what do you think this guy's doing? Like updating the website? We don't have any new products. What's he doing? He's just twiddling his thumbs. Hey, when's the next party for the next gen platform? I don't know. We don't even know when we're launching it. We're not even sure what that next product's going to be. We think maybe like some more affordable 3 and Ys. So you compare all the, oh my God, Rich Otto left. What are we going to do? We can't launch products anymore, with the fact that this is actually a marketing guy who works on the website and the events. Now, that, again, we thank him for doing that. I think they have a great website. I think they have great events. I've attended many of them. They were all awesome. But we can find another guy to update the website or throw an event. Life will go on. And in the meantime, the company is actually more profitable and can invest in things like H200s that are, no offense to Rich, probably more important to the company's earnings potential than he is.
Pennington, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did for a second. I put it down, but I'll just ask Omar. I'm not concerned about the Rich Ottos of the world, but there are concerns when Rich Otto is preceded by Drew Blaglino, who is preceded by Andre Carpathy, who's preceded by the head of Superchargers. So yeah, you're right. The circus goes
And
on,
JB and Martin Eberhard left before that.
100%. But when we see
And the
everything
semi guy
happening
too.
at once,
Who was
Yeah.
the for the head of production? What was his name?
This company's just been failing upwards for years. Everybody's leaving and they just keep making more money. It's so bizarre.
But Omar, I guess my only question to that
And
was,
there's like tens of thousands of people. I mean, throughout the Tesla's history, tens of thousands of people have left or laid off or died, and the company is doing better, more sales than ever.
no question. It's just that right now, this is all happening within a huge transition of Tesla's business. I think that we could all agree on. So it's just that
Let me tell you something, okay?
Please.
These guys wake up every day and they say, I need to scare these people. I need to scare them into selling their Tesla stock. I need to scare them away from buying an EV. These guys are criminals. You cannot imagine. When I got into this in 2018, they were just spreading so much bullshit, saying the company's going to die, the product's a piece of shit, the product's going to kill you, it's going to fall apart, it's going to be terrible quality. And I just started tweeting and I said, hey, that's not what I'm experiencing. I got the car. I think it's a great car. Look at how nice of a car it is. And I was posting under an anonymous account. And they doxed me. They, called my employer. They said, "Hey, your employee's tweeting during work." They called my parents. They, you know, spread rumors about me. They said this guy's a pedophile, he's a criminal. They eventually sued me and Elon. They said this is not a real Tesla customer. He's actually a paid plant by Tesla, and he was paid to actually tweet this stuff. And you think he's a customer, but he's actually paid by Tesla. All this just to discredit me. Okay. So this is who you're working with here. And they come up with all kinds of bullshit every day. Tesla to shut down German factory for one day. Oh my God. Rich Otto left. Wait a minute. Who's Rich Otto? I've never heard of him before. Oh, he's
Who is
really
Rich Otto,
important.
by the way? I still don't know who he is.
Yeah, exactly. So every day there's a story to scare you. And if you believed all these stories, you'd be selling your shares every day. And yet the company is about to bring their biggest disruption ever to the market, which is FSD. So you got to think critically behind the story. Is there really something scary here? Or is this just business as usual?
Nick and then Steven.
I think we need to separate, Tesla, the company, from the Tesla vehicles, from Tesla stock, because yeah, I think you're right. There's so much FUD out there, and there's people that are just saying things based off of they want the stock to go up or they want it to go down. But I can say, I've purchased 2 Teslas in January, Model Ys. My dad just got one in March. I know my entire neighborhood. I can say 80% of my neighbors have Teslas. So I mean, I think people know it's the best out there. So
where do you live?
I live in the Tampa, Florida area. But the funny thing is, these people bought their Teslas, their Model Ys, like 2 years ago. I got my Model Y long range out the door for $38K. So when people see me with the Teslas, I'm like, guys, this is a very affordable vehicle with the tax incentives, when I got the inventory discount, all that stuff. So, you look at getting a RAV4, or, I got a neighbor who just bought a VW Passport, whatever the, SUV is, for $45,000. I told him, I said, you're spending more vehicle on a gas guzzling vehicle when, this is the safest vehicle in the world. And he has panels. So I was like, dude, you could have been charging your car for free. So I think when we look at the vehicles, they make the best vehicles. We all know that. Going back to earlier, like, who are the Rich Ottos? I think there always will be like the next man, next woman up. There's always going to be someone to fill that role and to do a good job. That's not the concern there either. I can honestly say for a company this size and this profitable, I haven't studied layoffs and how this works. I think the reason it's making a splash is because one, it is Tesla. Anything that happens is going to make the news. But I've never seen these types of cuts at companies this large. So again, there's smarter people than me out there. This a year
Mhm.
from now, it could be a great thing for Tesla. And
Yeah.
I think the reason though it gets talked about a lot though is it's Tesla. So I just want to say we should separate the car from the company from the stock, because I think if you look at those, they can all be looked at differently. But
Okay. Thank you,
yeah.
Steven. Man, you go on. You go on
Elon
and
tried
on.
to sell Tesla to Apple and Google a few years back. What's keeping him from doing that again?
They can't afford it anymore.
Elon, what a few years ago you said?
Tried to sell Tesla to Apple and Google.
Oh, that was a long time ago. And they can
About
like
3 years.
Omar
You're
said,
right.
it's not 3 years. You're talking about 2012 maybe.
Now Tesla's going to buy Apple.
Exactly.
I'm not kidding. Honestly, that should be the succession plan. If I were Tim Cook, I'd say let's do a merger with Tesla and give it to Elon. Now, he would have a fucking roadmap for that company. You wouldn't see them putting out the iPhone 17 and 18 and 19. They'd be putting out some sci-fi shit. That should be the succession plan. And then imagine Tesla with Apple's technology, their Apple Silicon, everything. Pete Bannon used to be the chip architect there. Merge the teams back together. Oh man, that would be cool.
I think, I mean, I know right now it's not possible financially, but by 2030, I think that will be possible. But I don't think Tesla will do it, obviously. Yoda?
That's a great idea, Omar. Maybe Apple could build this amazing stylus for the Tesla touchscreen, whereby it's super sensitive.
AC.
Omar, I
Would you
think
rather be AC or DC?
you got to put them together. You can't. I mean, that's the premise of the car.
Well,
AC,
you
DC.
get one.
I'd rather
AC,
be
DC is
AC.
AC. You'd rather be AC. Why?
It's higher voltage.
Okay, I get it. AC. That's two syllables. You know what I mean? Like if I go Yoda, that's two syllables. Omar, two syllables.
Call me
Yours
Ace.
is four syllables. Ace. Okay, Ace. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, you were calling out. Yeah, no, I was just gonna tell Omar that Apple's gonna need an AI strategy sooner than that, though.
They have a good AI strategy, I think. They're just very quiet. They don't like to tell things in advance. Watch WWDC in June.
I love Apple, but I hope this is true because Siri is still, and I'm all Apple. My whole house is Apple. It's just atrocious how Siri responds to stuff, and it's been out there for a decade. So I really do hope Apple has an AI plan.
Well, they're in talks with OpenAI and Google to use their models to power these next generation AI features. So imagine a Siri that actually works powered by GPT-4. How awesome would that be? And it can control your iPhone, it can control all your stuff, and it can answer stuff. And it's actually like a state of the art model. That's what they're working to bring to the next iOS. And guess what? They've got this incredible Apple Silicon chip and this neural engine. They could take Gemma, for example, and run it locally and do all kinds of cool stuff. So don't underestimate Apple. That's all I'll say.
Does Google have an M1 competitor?
Google doesn't really do phone processors as far as I know. They do have a data center training chip called the TPU,
and they're on the TPU v5, and I think Wes actually worked on that at one point. So they're really on the data center side with their in-house silicon team.
Yoda.
Yeah, I'm also a heavy Apple user, and I would love for them to um, focus on the privacy side with these LLMs. So maybe what they'll do is kind of keep all the conversations you have with whether it's GPT or another provider, all kind of private to their phone. So that could be a interesting play. And then also to engage um, all the various AI models that will be in different apps. Potentially, Siri could play uh, that kind of meta AI role. Pardon the pun.
Yeah, it's actually really fascinating because for years, Apple has marketed themselves as privacy focused. We're not an internet service provider that makes money selling your data or targeting advertising. We sell you the device, all your data stays on the device. Well, it turns out that having everyone's data is actually really valuable, way more valuable than we thought. You can't just sell them advertising, you can train an intelligence based on users' data. So they basically said, okay, well, we fucked it up on that one. We're going to have to use Google's model or OpenAI's model, which, found all our users' data some other way. And we're going to have to use that. So that's kind of a negative for them. I don't know if they'll ever be able to train a state of the art model with their privacy focus. They might run into some questions. But what they could do from a marketing angle is say, hey, don't go out to OpenAI servers or Llama servers or whatever. You should actually be inferencing the LLM locally. Talk to it, have it run on your device. We've got these great Apple Silicon processors. You can run it all on your device, and you don't actually need to go out to the server. You can run Llama 3, for example, right on your iPhone. Ask it all your deepest, darkest secrets. Ask it, if your crush likes you, where to hide a dead body, whatever. And nobody's ever going to find out. It's all on your device. So I think they could take that sort of marketing angle. But it's a little bit challenging because, of course, a smaller model that runs on your device is not going to be as good as a larger model that runs on the server. But if they continue to make their processors better and better, then maybe they could bridge the gap.
Why can't Apple just train their own LLM instead of paying fees to OpenAI?
They did. I think they did start training some LLMs, but I think they just sucked. And they said, you know what? We can't come to market with a product that's just so much worse than the others. Let's just go ahead and license a state of the art model, which is very un-Apple. Steve Jobs never would have gone for it. He would have said, we need to own all our own core technologies. We need to train our own model. And I wouldn't be surprised if they still do want to train their own model long term, but I think they just couldn't make one that's as good as the latest models from Google and OpenAI.
Another obvious approach for Apple is think of the app store that they've grown over the years, now millions of apps. They could do a agent store where essentially there's all different AI agents that can help you with different things. So that's potentially another play, kind of what GPT is doing with the GPTs.
Nick.
I just want to say that Omar made a great point with Apple because I have only used Apple devices. The whole privacy thing, I've always been scared into using them because I'm like, I like that everything's private. But I can say I had a free line on the account, got the S24 Ultra to kind of compare and contrast. And it is, crazy when you give up a little bit of data, some of the advanced features that, seeing, with the AI built into the phone and just some of the things that Apple's missing out on. So I think I wanted to say he made a great point on maybe that's why, Siri and some of their other smart home stuff isn't, working the way it should, is because they don't have all that data that everybody's giving up for free to, Android and stuff like that. But to CarPlay, you know, I'll have to say I was wrong. You know, I've always thought that CarPlay should be on Tesla. I always wanted it. And
Nick, what's your expertise area? What's your
expertise.
professional career?
I am in IT, and I've been doing that for a decade. You know, before and fiber optics, but I used to work at a large distributor with many vendors. You know, Apple, Lenovo, Sony, Samsung. So I am in
Okay,
the
but
tech
like,
world.
what topic can I ask you about? So you're saying IT. What part of IT?
So I guess if you look up IT distribution, you know, we're kind of the middleman to the middleman, essentially.
Okay, got it.
So yeah,
Are you a news speaker?
yes, I did request to speak.
Yeah.
just to
News speakers are limited to asking questions. Thank you.
Apologies.
Darius says Google is actually using their own chip in their Pixel phones. It also has a neural engine.
Oh wow. Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, TSMC has really democratized this for people. Now anybody can design their own chip and just get access to a state-of-the-art fab. So it's good that they're doing their own mobile chips too. But I mean, how many pixels do they really sell? That seems like a lot of investment for, you know, just the Pixel. Maybe they're selling it to others too. I don't know.
Yeah. Man, if Apple can't even train their LLMs and they have to pay a licensing fee to OpenAI. And by the way, train an LLM that's going to specifically run on their own chips on their own phone. If OpenAI can do that better than Apple can, that's a problem.
Yeah, cloud services has always been a weak point for them, and AI is really like a data center task when you talk about the industrial process of creating AI. So it's not really their competency. You know, their competency has always been in design and creating a user-friendly product, not in sort of data center or hard tech.
Yeah. But you feel confident that they're going to announce something big in June, and that people will finally see Apple's, because that's what all these Apple, from what I understand, Apple investors are all believe that June, everybody's going to finally see Apple's AI strategy.
Yeah, so June is their worldwide developer conference. They have it every year. They show off the next year's iOS, which is going to be released in September. And they do this so developers can start developing with the new features of those OS. So they're going to show off the new OS. They're going to tell us what's in store. And we're probably going to get a lot more of a glimpse into their AI strategy. I'm not saying it's going to be, you know, some genius AI strategy, but it's just the MO of the company that they don't announce what they're doing until June. Then they lift the curtain up and spill the beans.
ACDC? ACE. Sorry.
But Omar, so you do agree that most of the stuff going forward on Apple's AI strategy will be somewhat outsourced. I mean, I can't see them starting anything on their own. They haven't done anything on their own. So that should that will not give them the same margins as some of these other companies have, such as Google, and will limit them for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an opportunity for growth. It's something they could get better at in the future. Maybe they kind of want to rethink their stance on privacy a little bit. I don't know. But you know, that's probably something that is going to be the new CEO's strategic plan to set.
And I also think the privacy is going to be a big concern because, and you know better, but when you're training these AI models, I mean, is OpenAI just going to train specific AI models on Apple data, Apple users data itself, and give it back
No,
to
you don't need
Apple?
to train on Apple data. You just use GPT-4.
So they're not going to train on any data from Apple.
No, I mean they're just using GPT-4. What do they need to train on Apple for?
So Apple
They're
doesn't really
already
have any
training
data
on data from
advantage.
Apple users. They have the ChatGPT app, right? Anyone who talks to it, they get that data.
Well,
But
that's
what he said last is, I think, a little important for Apple's intrinsic value. So Apple doesn't have any data advantage. He said, do you agree with that?
Partially, they have a tremendous user base, obviously, but they have made a decision as a company not to collect data, not to instrument, not to do things that you see from most modern internet companies that create a huge pool of data. So they've essentially turned their nose to the data advantage they could build. Their stance is, look, it's your computer, it's your data, you keep it on your computer. We're not really going to touch it.
And I think they made a strategic decision back in Steve Jobs' days, like decades ago, right?
Correct. Is really a way to differentiate themselves against Google.
Yeah, though.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my iPhone home screen here, and I just see a bit of a parallel. If you look at Apple, they don't really need to build a YouTube app or necessarily all the apps that are offered by the App Store. Now, there are some critical everyday apps that they're going to get into, such as Maps, the calculator, and so on, that they'll want to develop their own apps. However, if you remember, the YouTube app, as an example, has less features and is potentially less capable than the desktop experience. And so, potentially, one play for Apple might be to have each of these AI models to have sort of the less capable version of that model live on the iPhone locally, um, to trade off the privacy, whereby the conversation, the data lives on the phone itself. Much like how an app is potentially less capable than the desktop experience. So it's possible that, could there be a GPT model that is much smaller size, that sort of lives on the phone locally, and it's slightly less, in quality than the full version.
Thank you, Odo. Any other questions, comments? Please request to speak. Pale Blue Dot points out that Google Alphabet has a tensor chip released in 2021 for AI inference on their mobile devices. The newest is Tensor G3.
Yeah, Omar, I'm gonna hold on to my Apple shares until WWDC, and hopefully they launch something major in terms of AI. But if they don't, I'm just really tempted to start to kind of move that back into TSMC. It's sort of a play on Apple anyway.
My cost basis for Apple is $3. I built a position starting when I was in 6th grade. And many times people have said you should sell because of this and that. You should sell because Samsung has a big phone and Apple doesn't have a big phone yet. You should sell because of this. You should sell because of that. I like to just buy companies that you never need to sell because they've got such a great business. And Apple's one of those companies. I think Tesla's one of those companies. So they have a huge opportunity, I think, to make their business even stronger in AI and other areas. But I'd have to see a much worse situation than this before I'd consider selling. You'd really want to see, I think, maybe substantial revenue declines, more than 25-30% to 50% or something like that before you'd really get concerned.
Toby. Toby, go ahead. You may unmute yourself and go.
I have one question. When you
Your audio is really
mention,
bad, Toby.
yes, I have just one question. When you mentioned the chat GPT, why you don't mention Microsoft? Microsoft is a big deal. And
Toby, your audio is bad. Just reply to the space with your question. We talked about Tesla versus Mercedes driver assistance. We talked about 12.3.4.5. We talked about the supercharger news that BP wants to buy supercharger sites in the US. Omar, did you order your Cyber Hammer? $700?
No, I'm still broke trying to pay for the truck, so I'll let someone else have the hammer.
Sawyer said 2 hours ago only 800 were built. Is that Franz's signature on it? That's pretty cool.
Omar, you got to get the
Yeah.
hammer.
I wonder if he manually signed all 800 or if it's just etched in.
I wanted to see manually signed the one.
That hammer's going to come in handy in San Francisco, Omar. I'd say we do a little space fund me for Omar to get the hammer.
I mean, I guess if you're in Cybertruck, then you're probably fine. Anywhere you go.
Omar, what did you think of that rust wrap on the Cybertruck?
Well, I thought it looked pretty rusty. I mean, whatever you like, you can get your Cybertruck wrapped in that design. So all the more power to him. It's not the ugliest Cybertruck I've seen wrapped.
Is GM still producing EVs? Or are they scaling back as much as Ford?
They're producing a very limited quantity of EVs. They've pushed back launches. They're scaling back in some ways, decreasing investments. They say they're trying to line up with consumer demand, but really they're
I mean,
just not.
Ford publicly gave up. They even announced today Ford backs down from going all electric in Europe in 2030. They say if we see strong demand, for instance, for plug-in hybrid vehicles, we will offer them. But GM hasn't publicly scaled back yet. I think they delayed a lot of things, and they said it's coming, it's coming.
I remember when people said Ford is going to outsell Tesla and GM is actually going to outsell Tesla. And the competition is coming. The competition is coming. None of those people who were so bearish and said Ford's going to outsell Tesla have come back and said, you know what? I was wrong.
Yeah, I have a bet with Corey Student, and he says he doesn't drink coffee. I think it's for beer, but I'm not expecting to collect. I wonder how he's doing at Lucid now. Sawyer posted a tweet about V12 earlier today. FSD 12 was a huge step forward. 1.8 million Teslas got a free 30-day FSD trial. Tesla's fleet is now doing 1 billion FSD miles every 2-3 months versus 1 billion every 3 years. FSD Supervised 12.4 will get rid of the steering wheel nag coming in 1 to 2 weeks. Tesla's finally no longer compute constrained, allowing them to improve FSD much quicker. The company's compute capacity will increase at least 6 times this year. Preliminary approval to launch FSD Supervised in China, and Swedish Transport Administration advisor praises Tesla's FSD smoothness and natural driving after being given a test ride on German roads 2 weeks ago. Omar, you said this is the removal of nags is a financially material event. What did you mean by that?
For the first time, FSD won't suck. And autopilot won't suck. Consumers are going to like it. Being able to keep your hands free is huge. These other systems, they market for it. You got guys like Jerry Rigs everything saying, ah, you have to touch the wheel. Well, guess what? You don't have to touch the wheel now. And within 12 to 24 months, they're going to turn off the cabin camera too. So we're going from, well, what's the point of even turning it on if I still have to touch the wheel and look at the road? To, okay, now I don't have to touch the wheel. To next, okay, now I don't even have to look at the road. So this thing is just kind of taking off. I mean, just watch people's reactions. I've been driving without a nag for over a year now. I could not go back to having a nag. And I've taken the nag off for a few other people, and they've all been like, oh my God, this is a game changer. It really clicks in your mind when you don't have to touch the wheel. You're just sitting there and it just does the entire drive and takes you curb to curb and parks. It's, it's going to be irresistible to subscribe to. Irresistible. And it's now way easier to use. You don't need to teach somebody about the nag. You just say, turn it on and look at the road. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. And there's no basic autopilot at this point, right? No lane keep. It's just kind of FSD or not.
What I understand and what I recommend Tesla do is keep the nag on basic autopilot and only deactivate it on FSD. Basic autopilot hasn't improved. It still requires a lot of intervention, so I don't see any reason to get rid of the nag there. I think people will pay $99 a month to get rid of the nag and get a better version of the software easily. I mean, you will have a line around the block for people to upgrade as soon as that goes out. You are going to have people buying in full. Enhanced autopilot people, $2,000 to upgrade to FSD. That's a pretty good deal. So I think people are going to want to get rid of the nag. People hate the nag. It is terrible. It ruins autopilot. And now they're getting rid of the thing that ruins autopilot. So people will finally be able to open their eyes and see for the first time that their car is driving itself. They're watching, they're supervising, but the car is doing all the driving. Somehow, when you have to do that, touching the wheel, even though it's like a meaningless task, it kind of makes you feel like you have to do something. Now, for the first time, you really don't have to do anything except just sit there and watch. And the light bulb is going to go off for people. And then they're going to see their car driving driverlessly in the parking lot for the first time. And the light bulb is going to go off. And they're going to start to realize that $8,000 for an unlimited FSD license that makes your car drive itself is absurdly cheap.
Yeah. Let me read this reply from ACDC Brazilian. Okay. Let me read this reply from Jake. It's a different topic. Still FSD. Jake says, it's a fact that since 2022, Tesla has and is the only car company legally allowed to purchase H100 chips, which are crucial to achieving the best FSD. I don't think that's true, right? I mean, why would BYD is likely smart enough to realize without H100s, they have no chance whatsoever in competing with Tesla on FSD technology. They're also likely smart enough to understand that in the future, if their cars don't have the best FSD, their customers will leave and buy a car that does. Therefore, doesn't it follow that they would need licensed technology so that their cars continue growing? In summary, chip ban has basically forced Chinese car companies to seek to license FSD and predict a license deal with BYD is on the way, but would love to hear the group's thoughts. Let me ask it this way. What do you think BYD's next move is?
I don't think they know what they're doing in terms of autonomy. I think they're just worried about building cars and what cars to build and not, the intelligence behind the car. I mean, it's kind of a misleading name, self-driving cars. It actually has nothing to do with cars. So if you know how to build a car, none of those skills are relevant to building a driver, to building an intelligence. So ultimately, they're going to have to license it. I mean, what are the chances that a company that's successful in, making cars is also going to be successful in AI? They're actually completely different competencies. So I would be extremely shocked to see BYD develop a self-driving capability that's competitive. I would expect them to just focus on doing what they do best, which is making cars, and to license whatever the best solution is.
Did you see the SEC filing, Schedule 14A, that was just sent out? Thank you, Lincoln. That says, on May 9, Elon Musk posted the following on X: which brokers aren't allowing shareholders to vote? Additional information on where to find it. Tesla has filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission a definite proxy statement on Schedule 14A with respect to solicitation of proxies for Tesla's 2024 annual meeting. The definitive proxy statement contains important information about the matters to be voted on 2024 annual meeting. Stockholders of Tesla are urged to read these materials, including any amendments or supplements thereto, and any other relevant documents that Tesla has filed or will file with the SEC, because they contain or will contain important information about Tesla and the matters to be voted on at the 2024 annual meeting. Stockholders are able to obtain free copies of these documents and other documents filed with the SEC by Tesla through the website maintained by the SEC at sec.gov. In addition, stockholders are able to obtain free copies of the documents from Tesla by contacting Tesla's investor relations or by going to the investor relations page on its website at ir.tesla.com. All right. Wessex. Oh, never mind. He dropped. Island.
Hi there. Just I'm in Canada, I mentioned before, and I had a hell of a time trying to find any information on the proxy vote. So I trade with RBC Direct, one of the big banks here. I reached out to them, and they actually had to send me a package directly. They were able to correspond by email and send it to me, but I had nothing in my inbox, nothing in my email. So for anyone in Canada, just like an important community service note, reach out to your broker and ask for the info. They sent it to me, and I was able to, they gave me a code that allowed me to vote on proxyvote.com, but otherwise received no materials, no communications whatsoever, which was disappointing, but it's there if you go reach out.
Thank you. Omar, what's the are some brokers making it difficult for people to vote?
I don't think there's any conspiracy here, but it's probably just bureaucracy. But I have heard of a lot of people having to kind of bug them, for our shares that my dad had at Goldman Sachs and Chase or Morgan Stanley or whoever they're using. He kind of had to like pester them a little bit and say, send me this. And, then he got the email from them. So it's, probably something that just gets sent out automatically. But I think it's a little bit unusual to have like high demand for something like this, right? And people wanting to vote right away. Probably in some cases they were going to send it out, but it's still a month until the meeting. So they had they have plenty of time to do that. And I don't think there's any sort of, conspiracy to withhold proxies from people. That would obviously be illegal.
So yeah, man, I'll share this, that usually all this paperwork that's sent out, the shareholders never vote on anything. So all these brokerages are probably seeing like interest like they've never seen before. Okay. And I agree with Omar. I don't think this is anything malicious or intentional. I think it's just over the years you sign stuff for electronic delivery, and even suppression of certain documents and stuff, and that's why people are not maybe directly getting it. But it's great to see so many people interested, because I don't recall ever regarding any company in my 25 years where I've seen such interest where the shareholders are voting, their choice. So this is great.
Yoda.
ACDC, do you know, as the votes are being casted, who's tallying the votes, and does anyone get to see any results prior to the date?
The
I do
accounting
not.
firm will tally the votes.
Sorry, what was that?
The accounting firm, Tesla's accounting firm, will tally the votes.
Yoda, what do you think is going to be the result?
Well, there is that crazy shareholder that's voting no. I forget what percentage of
Is that the
shares he.
time machine?
Yeah. But I would say it's going to be yes for reinstating the comp package.
Machine, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the time machine.
I missed the whole thing, so I don't know if that was a joke. You're not funny. Anyways.
Your face is a joke. What would you have to think? Why'd you come up then?
Just wanted an update if there's any interesting news today, not including superchargers.
We talked a lot about Apple. Talked some about FSD V12. Miss Jillian says she's getting a safety critical disengagement. Is Wes here? I don't see Wes. She's saying she's getting safety critical disengagements once every few rides. So better than once a ride, but it's not always no safety critical disengagement or rarely. So once every few rides. What do you think of that machine?
Yeah, but if you take away all the people that have critical disengagements, then you have 100%. So we just need to take away the people who have critical disengagements, and then we're at robotaxi. Is that?
Yeah, and she's in California too. She's Los Angeles too.
Is that meta logic?
Not that matters.
What's funny is I'm relatively, if you were an outsider.
I guess is she not entering her data in the tracker then? Because in tracker it still says 100%.
Right.
Rides
and that's why
had no
probably not. And that's why you can also rely on YouTube videos or people on X posting stuff. Like, you can get some insight in terms of how often these disengagements are happening. That's a better. You have to take it all in totality, right? And this is why I just said big picture a year ago. You just have to not really be seeing any issues for everyone, right? That's going to be a good gross aggregate, and we're not there yet. But if you were an outsider, totally oblivious to any of this stuff, and you heard me talking, you'd be like, this guy's nuts. He's so bullish on FSD. Okay, it's only weirdos who are just, like I had the term yesterday. They're they robotaxulated too early, prematurely, and they think I'm like a bear. It's insane, actually.
Oh, was I making noise? Sorry, I gotta mute myself. Question for you. So on the tracker right now, it says 97% of rides have no critical disengagement. 97%. When do you think that's going to get to 99%?
Well, I'm trying to look at which plot here. I see. Isn't it net?
It's not the plot.
95%?
It's on the it's on the main dashboard, the yellow one, 97 something percent.
All right. Well, it's definitely possible. V12.4 has a significant increase in miles per disengagement, so maybe we see it there. I definitely think, based on the tone.
So make a guess.
Uh,
Don't give me maybes. Give me a 50-50.
I think by which version? What is the guess?
Time
Version
frame.
or date? Time frame?
Date. Yeah.
In June. I think that's aggressive. What do you think?
I'll take later if you want to bet me.
Well, I don't even know what I'm betting. 99% of drives across the U.S. Well, right, but just to be clear, it's 99% of drives in the U.S. happen without a critical disengagement. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
Across for the whole month? Like what time period? Is it over a version? Over a time? We haven't thought this through, either of us.
When will it stay above 99%? Like it's not going to shift
different.
above 90. Like we're not going to see a 98% for a
That's
month.
different because Tesla does stuff where it seems like with their fine tuning, we have these step backwards, which sometimes maybe people theorize are even intentional.
Yeah, for a month.
I honestly now I have to think about it more. I don't know. I was just gonna say we were gonna get to 99%.
I know when.
When?
Next week when 12.4 comes out.
Machine, would you like to bet on Omar's word? I know you believe Omar's always right.
I will bet after, not May. I'll bet June and after. Omar can have May. I'll take that bet.
We're not even gonna get you. We're probably not even gonna get 12 out for in May. All right. So you have June, and I have later.
This seems extremely unfair to me.
You picked June. I asked you. You picked June.
I know, but like, think about this. You're like, and later. You just get the next 2 years, and I get like 1 month. Does that seem fair?
Well, you were the one aggressive one. I mean, you can have 2024. I'll take later if you want.
Really? You don't even think it's gonna happen in 2024?
No, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Well, I'll take that bet.
Okay, fine. Nick and then Yoda.
Question for Omar or Yoda in regards to the shareholder vote. I think we know what's going to happen, obviously, if it's approved. But what are your thoughts on if it's not approved? Like, what is the fallout, or is there an article or resource? Because I think it's going to get approved, but I honestly would like to hear your opinions on the other scenario.
If it's not approved, the oceans will boil, the sun will explode, the moon will crash into the earth, and waves will devastate every major US city. Those of us who survive the initial blast will be at war with each other, fighting for food. So make sure you vote all your shares.
Some bread and water and milk, butter. Machine, let's do Q3. Okay, so you were aggressive with June. I was aggressive with 2024. Let's just kind of settle with September 30th.
Okay.
So before September 30th, I think we will definitely see 97, 98% on that. And I'll show you exactly what I mean too. Okay.
You're not gonna try to weasel your way out later and say if Tesla wanted to, they could be at a certain percent, right? You're not gonna do that.
I never do that because I know these coffee bets are meant to be fun. They're not meant to be fucking to the letter of the T, and crossing the T and the I, and who won and who didn't, and every single letter is argued over for like 7 days with 1,000 tweets. I know that's not what they're meant to be. They're meant to be fun, and if they're not fun, then it's not a good outcome. So I'm not going to do that yet. I don't do that kind of nonsense. Yoda.
Well, Omar, if what Elon is saying about 12.4 is true, then would not be one of the largest and the easiest arbitrages of all time. I mean, imagine if OpenAI was a public company and a batch of people got to try GPT 3.5 or 3, and that they could buy into the stock after trying it. Aren't we faced with that opportunity?
I don't know. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Yoda, can you speak normal English instead of Yoda English?
Stop saying the words backwards. Opportunity is, cost are we.
I don't know
All
what's
right,
going to
I'll,
happen to the stock. It could go up, it could go down. I don't really give a shit at this point, to be honest. The world is about to change as we know it. Okay? So
Because
the
Trump's
stock
gonna
will
be
catch
president.
up at some point, probably. But who knows?
fair.
The world may change in lots of ways. We may not even be alive to see robo taxis come.
Not if
Complexity.
you don't
Can you bring
upgrade to
some?
hardware 3.
I'll tell you what, when I hear the siren that a nuke has been sent to America, I'm going to drive to the nearest service center and ask to install hardware 3. And hopefully they can do it in time before the nuke lands. And I can say, finally, I've driven hardware 3 on my car.
Complexity.
I have nothing to contribute right now.
The fuck was that?
I think
I
that
don't
was
have
the
anything to say about that.
I think that was like one of those, air traffic control radios or something.
You know who this guy is? This guy's Yuha. I think this guy's Yuha. The same sound quality. And there's only one person with that kind of sound quality.
Who's Yuha?
Some guy who used to come here and he would like stay on speakerboard, and every now and then raise his hand, say one word with horrible sound quality, and just kind of go quiet again. That's him.
So,
Now
if you want to go on this space, just get an iPhone. They got some cheap ones, So just get an iPhone. They have good sound quality, good network, good stuff. Even if you're an Android user, just get one just for the purpose of going onto this space. Then you open the thing. Once you request to speak, Go into the control center. On the top right, you swipe down. There's a microphone mode. You put on voice isolation, and you're gonna sound phenomenal. You got a studio quality setup wherever you go. It's pretty easy, and then everyone will want to hear you. And as people listen to you, you'll become famous and wealthy, and your life will be great, all because you got your sound quality working. So, voice isolation mode, get an iPhone, and your life will be great.
I'm literally on an iPhone right now.
That's the problem.
Did you
Well,
guys
something's
understand what
not
he
right
said?
here. What kind of iPhone are we talking? Like iPhone 3G?
No, it's an iPhone 7.
All right, it's time to upgrade. You got to get an iPhone 10 at least.
Yeah. iPhone 15 is actually amazing with sound quality.
What was his actual question?
I have no idea. I honestly have no idea what he said.
Let him ask it again.
But I've been trying. Like, when did we stop trying?
No, I didn't have a question. I just wanted to say that someone was asking about FSD here, uh, about what impact will 12.4 have. Anyway, I just wanted to, chip in that the analysts that are covering the stock, I mean, I'm taking a look at different firms, and what they're saying is that firms that are actually believing in this narrative that autonomous driving is the future, they don't expect it to happen within the next 3 years. Some do, but most don't. So FSD is no impact until August at least.
Yaman, can I address that?
Yes, please.
So I'm in this line of business, let's just say that, and I've worked for wirehouses. Now I have my own independent practices. I've operated branches. I followed analysts for 25 years. Okay. Very few analysts look at like literally the future prospects. Their main focus is on past earnings and providing earnings estimates. Okay. FSD is something that can't be quite translated. Okay. You could maybe try to translate the take rate, subscriptions, purchases, and stuff for near-term earnings, which would be kind of minimal as it ramps up. But yes, these things are we're looking at stuff that's going to go 1 year out, 2 years out, 3 years out. They're not providing estimates even that far forward, and they're not looking at it. But if you look at some of the ones that do get it, such as Adam Jones, okay, from Morgan Stanley, he gets the prospect and the value of FSD. And if you look at, and once again, I'm not saying go by their price targets. Price targets are the worst way to evaluate any analyst, okay, or even look at a stock. But look at how much he values all the AI technology, FSD, Dojo, and everything into his analysis. So very few analysts actually get this.
And he's an idiot. So even he doesn't really understand. Neither does ARK. Does anyone really model things properly from a sell side analyst? That's what I want to know.
I don't know a buy side analyst that does it. I think it's really the only people in this space that talk about these things.
Adam Jonas once pre-split said the stock might be worth like $5. And it was a joke at the time, and now it's like $2. $15. He said $15 basically. Now it's $2 or whatever. You know what? I can't think. I'm done.
Did you see the bet I posted machine? I'll pin this at the top.
Yeah, I see it now.
Sean, do you agree?
Well, you know, you must have been thinking in Turkish or something, because you said at least 99% of the droves will have no critical disengagements. It's not a drove. Not droves of people coming to buy FSD. We're talking about drives. You may not understand the difference. Maybe in Turkish, there's no O sound. I don't know.
All right, I'll change it. Sean.
I wanted to touch base on the fear of the vote for Elon's pay package going the wrong way. I agree that the moon will fall out of the sky, but we have two opportunities. If shareholders vote to move the corporate headquarters to Texas, then I believe that will allow a different tier of voting shares, because Elon isn't worried about the money, he's worried about voting control. So I think we have two opportunities to get it right. If we vote no on his pay package and yes to go into Texas, I think it'll satisfy him.
Thank you, Sean. Machine. It's corrected. It's now drives. You know, this figure was 97 yesterday. I probably dropped it 96.6 now.
I just saw Phil Dewan replied to someone. Someone said, "Finally got around to testing the
The
latest
CEO of Box, a major
Hey, don't
publicly
interrupt
traded
me.
company, not
Why are you
just
interrupting
someone.
me? Whatever. Okay. He's a person, a real person. His opinion doesn't matter any more than any other person driving the car. I know
He's
you.
the CEO of a major
I know
public
you
company.
idolize.
He's not just some ordinary person.
I know you idolize tech boys. Okay, but he's just in terms of evaluating FSD. He's just another person.
He
And
is
this
a
is
tech
besides.
expert. He
This
is
is
a
besides
software
the point.
CEO.
This is besides the
Yes.
point. You're just totally distracting from everything. I'm about to say something optimistic, and you are just trying to take my thunder. I will not let you. Phil Dwan responds to his tweet saying, because Aaron Levy said it's wild, and Phil Dwan says it's about to get real wild. And I want to know, that's very bullish, but I want to know, is it going to go Tesla gone wild? Is it boys gone wild? What's the term? Is it Omar gone wild? Like, what level is Robotaxi? Who goes wild is Robotaxi equivalent? That's what I want to know.
Dude, I don't know what's gonna go wild, but I know money talks. So I also don't know the difference between wild and very wild. Go ahead. Do you think each nine is like another adjective?
Maybe, but
super very wild.
Like I definitely like to pay attention to the actual autopilot team, what they say. Like, that's real people who tend not to exaggerate. Like, I don't know if they've been told to kind of tweet more, but when I see Phil Dwan tweeting that things are going to get wild, I'm like, I'm ready to take off my pants.
Oh.
Yeah, these guys are not bullshitters. They're not going to embarrass themselves. From what I've heard, the next few versions are shit your pants good.
Unlike
shit your
you.
pants wild.
Shit your pants wild. Like, this thing is so good. I think Machine's actually going to upgrade to hardware 3. Like, it's going to be able to drive your car driverlessly, reverse. You got all these UI features. We literally have the best Tesla software update in history coming. And people are going to get upgraded from 11 to this and have a free trial. Imagine these people's reaction when they get a free trial of 12.4 with Smart Summon and Banish and all these new UI features. They're going to be like, what the fuck?
See, what do you think is going through Elon's mind when he says this next version will blow your minds? Is he holding his phone and like, what's gonna piss these people off? I'm gonna say it one more time, that it will blow your mind.
I think Omar would say he's the eternal optimist. That's what he says himself. So he really does have some like super optimistic viewpoint. In that.
But come on, but he must be chuckling as he's writing the. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to like get inside his mind.
He must be trolling. He must be trolling.
He's been saying this for so many years, every version, right? So
Every
like,
version,
of course, I look at it and I'm like, I can't trust his word at all, right? So I look at other things, right? When he says things about 10,000 miles per finding a useful piece of data, I'm like, okay, that's like a specific thing that's noteworthy. I mean, just to blow your minds, like to me, I've shut it off. Like my neurons have adapted to just literally take those words from him and just block. It's blocked.
I mean, I don't get it. People just like, first off, Elon says the same things over and over again. He realizes not everybody's going to listen to your every word, like the weirdos in this space. They're probably only going to hear you. So say the few things, we need to make life multiplanetary. We need to make life multiplanetary. He realized if you say it enough times, people start to absorb it. They start to remember it, right? So, like an idle comment like this doesn't mean anything. So, like, I listen to you saying, I don't trust you, blow your mind. I mean, this is just a subjective comment, It's like saying, go Lakers, There's no truth to it. It's just, he's just saying, try it. It's going to blow your mind.
And
And
speaking of overusing words, you've used over at the end of the day so much, it's been discarded from the dictionary.
Did I say that recently?
You say it every day.
Wait, he says what?
At
every
the
day?
end of every day?
At the
Or
end of the
at
day.
the beginning?
Oh, you definitely say it at the end of the day. But today somebody said, Ranger said, that you also say, what's the one that was that the Pod News guy used to say? Obviously, which I don't think you said that many times today. But yeah, at the end of the day has been your thing. Like you said you say at the end of the day at the end of every sentence.
No, I don't think so.
No, not that frequently, but every time you talk, for sure. Michael.
Yeah, Elon has his like greatest hits, like 2 weeks and etc. And this next version really should be called version whatever whatever. So he has this thing that he does, and I think part of it's partially joking, partially in jest, and partially like he really believes
Yeah,
is really
obviously.
happy about it. And then I wanted to just also say I just put out a post, Machine. If you liked Phil Dwan talking about it, I just put out a post where we got Ashok's comment around it's the beginning of the end, and Charles Key, who was a former Waymo employee, and on his first day in Tesla, his mind was blown, quote unquote. And that's not Elon saying it. That's the other guy. So I just put out that post, and it's like, if you don't believe Elon, all right, here's all the senior people in Tesla Autopilot talking about this.
So
Yeah,
I think
this just kind of like symbolizes the whole stupidity of this whole project, right? And they started on it, and people have been laughing at them and making fun of them the whole time and saying they can't do it. And Machine's saying, I don't believe you. You keep saying it's going to blow my mind. When it has been getting better this whole time. I mean, he would know that if he used it. So don't go by his tweets. Don't get angry if you don't think it was mind blowing enough. Just go use it and form your own opinion. And your mind will be blown. Like literally, you could not show this to somebody and not have their mind be blown. That's how
I
good
thought
it
you were
is.
gonna say, I thought you were gonna say literally blown. It's like, I don't think that's the outcome we want. Machine.
Well, speaking of that, actually, I think what's happening here is that there's something nefarious going inside of Tesla headquarters. And every time when these employees or the CEO goes in there, they tweet that their mind's been blown. And I think what's happening is that they've hooked up everyone to a Neuralink device in which there's a monkey performing an act on them. So then they tweet that their mind was blown, and they mean it literally.
They get Elon GPT downloaded.
Tech circuits. Come on, you got this. We'll figure it out. You.
Hey, sorry. So I asked about the curbs last night and my mic was turned off. I didn't know if you guys heard. But I've had really good experiences with FSD until this version, and now mine still wants to hit the curb. And I did a calibration. It's better now, but still wants to hit the curb every 10 minutes or so. I was just curious if you guys had a solution.
Take over.
Well, obviously take over, but I haven't in most videos, raw videos, I haven't been seeing like a lot of curbs, and I don't know. It's really hard to use when
Did
it's
you
in
try
living
to
curb.
did you try to recalibrate your cameras?
Yep, I've done that, and it's much better now.
Did you
And
you just send a love letter to Elon?
I mean, it's not going to do everything perfectly. So if you think it's going to hit the curb, first of all, sometimes it just gets kind of close to the curb but doesn't hit it. So if you do think it's going to hit the curb, then take over and drive yourself, and probably don't turn it on that street again until maybe the next update or something. And the good news is you don't actually have to do anything to fix it. It's just going to get fixed itself.
yeah, it's just a weird issue because it's only happened with this version. But yeah, I can't wait for 12.4. So thank you guys.
No, I mean, you're not the only one who's had this issue. As soon as 12 came out, we had some high profile examples of people curbing their wheels. So definitely don't curb your wheels if you're having this issue. Definitely do take over, and hopefully 12.4 resolves it. So let us know when you get 12.4 if it fixes that issue for you.
I will. Thank you. I've not curbed my wheels yet, so
Good job. That's someone who's testing it right. Their
yeah,
wheels don't get curbed.
I'm not taking a chance. All right, thank you guys.
Ace.
So I had the same fear of curbing my wheels. I've got the Model Y Performance, and when I started testing FSD, it was really getting close to the curbs. But what really helped me was every time it shows you the blind spot monitoring visual, you can actually see clearly how many inches away it is. And it's never got close to it. I think max close is maybe like 4 inches, 5 inches, which is very uncomfortably close for us because we have never been that close. But I think the car just knows it that it's got that much room. So if you look at that, you'll be more comfortable in terms of knowing when to disengage it.
Well, so the weird thing on this version is when there's a white line on the side of the road, it's gone a foot over that white line, almost hitting the curb almost hitting the curb with a white line, clear white line on the side, and the visuals show that it's over the line. So that's why it was just super weird for me. I mean, it's I've never seen anything like it on any video. I mean, it just goes totally over white lines. I mean, it gets within inches. I leave the cameras up. It's that bad always within like maybe an inch.
Yeah, I've experienced something of the same where, well, never with a white line, because I think that should be a distinct kind of a barrier for it, but it does go on certain aprons that are accompanying the roads on both sides. It just kind of like sees that as part of the road. So yeah, I do agree that hopefully that gets improved.
Are you subscribed to it or did you buy it? Except it's
I
I
purchased
bought it
it.
when it was 8,000. So I bought it a while ago, 4 years ago now.
Are you happy with the progress so far?
Yeah, it's pretty good. The other than this version that I don't use that much now because it's pretty annoying, but the other 12 versions are really good, and I've been a tester since early version 10s, so pretty long time. Remember the score journey? So it's been pretty cool.
If you could go back, you'd still pay $8,000.
Um, I think it's a cool experience, but the $8,000 I think will totally be worth it in the next couple months or so. I mean, it's it was 15,000, so I'm happy that I did buy it for 8,000. And the monthly subscription is cool and all that it's $100 right now, but it's gonna go up. So having it locked on my car is a pretty good thing.
Yuha. Inflexity.
Yeah, I actually had some news about superchargers, if anyone's interested. But the company BP, the oil and gas giant from Britain, so they are actually going to buy up Tesla superchargers and going to plant them into sites across the US. So they'll start in 2025, and they're going to spend $1 billion, and they want to take the fired supercharger team, and they're actively pursuing the employees, and they intend to install Tesla superchargers but on their own plots.
That's a win-win situation for everyone.
AR?
Hey, thanks for letting me ask a question. I've got kind of a big picture question. When FSD is good enough for robotaxi level and robotaxis are out there that are owned by Teslas, I get that the liability is going to be on Tesla, but as far as individuals who want to add their Tesla to the fleet, how is it going to work, like as far as checking to make sure the car is in like tip-top shape, like I guess mainly tires, interior of the car, like is someone gonna have to, are they gonna have to take their car into a center to get it checked to make sure it's good enough for customers? And then I guess ultimately my follow-up question would be, once Tesla has enough robo taxis, are they just gonna price out individual owners? Because it seems like they're not gonna really need, when they have 10 million, however many million robo taxis, they're not gonna need individuals to add to the fleet, right? Thank you.
Omar?
The owner of the robotaxi will be responsible for servicing it and maintaining it. In the case of Tesla's own fleet, they'll have to do that themselves. In the case of the owner fleet, the owner will be responsible for changing the tires and everything. And if you've noticed, your Tesla will even give you warnings like tire tread too low, change tires. And you notice now in the service section, it says tire mileage and you can reset it. So they're actually thinking about these things. The car's going to be able to detect for itself how the tires are doing, and it'll let itself onto the network if it's okay. There's no service alerts, the tires are good, et cetera, et cetera. Then, I think really it's impossible for one company to run a rideshare network globally. Uber's really had to lean on this franchise model where they have, contractors essentially supplying the market. And I think, Tesla could probably have a fleet of 1 to 10 million cars that they owned and operated themselves. But ultimately, you just want to give the person the closest car that can meet their demand the best. If that's a Tesla car, great. If it's an owner's car, then I think there's going to be an opportunity for a lot of other people to make money too. I mean, it's in the master plan. Enable your car to make money while you're not using it.
Cool. Thank you.
I'm just gonna add on. In my profile on my recent post, I posted 2 videos of the car getting close to the curb. It's a little hard to see, but if you look, you can see it gets really, really close and over the white line.
Yeah, Yoda. Yoda number 2. Yoda exclamation point. No, we lost Yoda. We lost Yoda number 3. We still have Yoda. Yoda, is that your burner account? We lost Yoda too, it seems. Grant?
Hey, I just want to validate my coffee bet around Elon not being at the company in 12 months.
What do you mean validate? What do you want to see certificates?
Yeah, I don't know. Or talk about it then.
I'll take the bet.
No, the bet is already done.
I think I've got it, but I'd be curious for people's takes. I mean, is it really 99% he's definitely going to be here for all you guys?
I think it's 100%.
Yeah, as long as he's alive.
That doesn't seem crazy to you guys at all. I mean, like, I think the comp package is a bigger risk than people think. And, he's under criminal investigation, realistically.
He's always on the criminal investigation.
But at a point, the investigation will wrap, and that'll probably happen this year.
No, Jimmy was saying it's gonna take years and years. Omar?
Yeah, this is a completely moronic line of thinking from, clearly you don't understand the guy at all. You think he's going to leave the company right as they're having a breakthrough with FSD and Optimus because what? Because there's a criminal investigation, they might press charges against him? Clearly you don't know this guy at all. I mean, he doesn't care. I mean, first of all, they're not even going to bring any charges against him. He hasn't done anything illegal. Contrary to what the Bears have been saying for years and years. Fraud, 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 as the company just continues to grow and grow. But, I mean, even if there was charges being brought against him, that wouldn't even stop him. That's what I think you guys don't understand about the guy.
Grant, why don't you understand this guy?
Well, speaking for the Bear case, there's a good chance that if he has criminal charges, he's not going to be able to be the CEO of the company. It's not just what he wants. Like, things get serious when criminal charges are involved. And, even a board that is owned by Elon can't just be like, nah, we like him, he's going to stay. Like, there's a point at which you just can't be the CEO of a company if you're being charged with a bunch of criminal stuff. Like, that's kind of what normally happens. And then second, with the comp package, I mean, is it the whole point, or isn't the perceived risk that if he doesn't get it, he'll walk or dedicate more of his time to other companies? And why are we giving him this if not because not giving him in the package represents some kind of risk?
We gave it to him in 2018.
Yeah, and then it got ruled invalid because of everything we know.
So, what does that change? I don't think it was invalid. I'm reaffirming it.
The federal judge said it was invalid.
Right. I
Omar
disagree
said
with
it's
the
not.
judge's decision. That's why I'm voting yes.
All right, Pat.
Okay.
Pat.
I mean, I think this is a fantasy, This is like you seem like a smart guy, but you're living in a delusion. Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk. He's going to get charged with a crime and have to resign within the next year. This is probably not going to happen. Like, you got to recognize this would be a pretty shocking and remote possibility. I've been covering this company since 2018, and since the beginning, oh, fraud, he's going to go to jail. He actually was charged with securities fraud at one point. It didn't stop him from being the CEO of the company. So, I think Bears have been kind of hoping for this for a long time, and it's never materialized.
Pat.
Well, I was the one lucky enough to take Grant's bet. And I agree with Omar that you seem like a smart guy and you just have gotten very negative about Tesla for whatever reason. But, think about Elon's history. He made a bunch of money off of PayPal and he risked every single penny to keep that company alive. You really think he's gonna leave? And then lastly, I hope you do pay up. I am concerned that you've already blocked people in the Tesla community that disagree with you. But if you do, I'm asking that you pay for
Well, the way it works here, the way it works is, you make profit bets, and if you don't pay out, and you don't get to make more profit bets. That's the way it works.
Yeah.
But really, the coffee bets are about kind of bragging rights anyway. We don't really force people to pay up. If they choose to do so, they can. But it's really more about the bragging rights and kind of so that we can track people's predictions.
Well, as you saw, though,
and more importantly, they can track their own predictions. Like, we don't really go back and try to, oh, you have 2 out of 9 records, kind of thing. It allows, so whoever wants to go back and track, all they can do is kind of search from : Valley Analyst 1, and then type BET : If you search for that, you'll find all the bets. Very easy to find. That's the way I kind of word them on purpose. All right, Lauren.
Yeah, I was hoping to see what you guys thought of a comment on the whole company-owned cars versus Tesla-owned robo taxis. And the way I see it is, it's a huge advantage to have owners owning them because the demand will be so variable throughout the day that if they own the whole fleet, a huge percentage of it would be sitting idle a huge amount of the time if they want to be able to meet peak demand. Where if they can bring owners' cars in, say Friday night, there's a lot of demand. I'm a boring married guy. They can send me a notification that says, "Hey, go put your car on the network for 3 hours. You know, this is what current rates are." And I'll say, "Oh, that sounds good. I want to make a little money on Friday night, even though I'm not a full time robotaxi deal." But it would allow them to meet peak demand times with way less capital outlay than trying to own the entire fleet and have a bunch of idle cars there.
Thank you. I'm gonna cycle people down, so don't take it personally when I do. Okay, Nick.
A question on the robo taxi and the fleet, and I just want to get some opinions on, because someone mentioned earlier, like who's doing the maintenance. But in regards to like liability, obviously if it's a Tesla owned vehicle and whatever, that's on Tesla for insurance purposes. But if I were to use my vehicle, would I be liable for that with my insurance, or is that something that, since I'm not in the
Well,
vehicle?
Turo offers its own insurance, so I'm guessing Tesla will offer its own insurance.
Okay,
So you're
that's
probably going to have Tesla insurance. Thank you, Niranga.
Hey, Aman. I have a question for Homas here regarding the nag on FST 12.4. I think I heard him say on a previous call that autopilot will still have the nag. I'm just wondering if you had FSD on the highway, would that take the nag away, or what does he think about that?
No nag for FSD, city or highway. Basic autopilot will retain the nag.
Got it. You think in 12.4 the it'll move from 11.4 to end on the highway as well?
It's on the roadmap for 12.5.
Okay.
Thank you.
But
right,
thanks.
one more. Okay. Bogdan.
Hi, Yaman. Hi, guys. I have a general question for everybody. Why everybody's so negative?
We're not negative. Are you serious? We're mostly positive and we're balanced. We have grants to bring us some balance, but mostly we're positive.
Oh, okay.
Yoda?
Yeah, I got a question for Omar here. Who's gonna insure robo taxis? Is Tesla gonna underwrite it through its insurance arm, or is there an opportunity for Berkshire and Geico's to come in and do the deal, much like how they might do that with an Airbnb and some of these the Ubers of the world?
Robo taxis will be insured by insurance companies. And a little few cents out of your ride share will go to the insurance company. If your car crashes, they'll get you a new car. Simple.
Tesla insurance is going to do it.
I mean, to the extent that it's available, I think Tesla would do it themselves. I think there's probably a lot of profit to be made in underwriting the policies, because then as you drive down the risk through in better software, you have a lower loss ratio on the loan. So I think it aligns their incentives in a nice way. I think they've started to dip their toes into the business a little bit. I don't know if they'll ultimately be able to, serve every market that they want to participate in. I could also see them partnering with other insurance companies like, Geico or whatever. But insurance is a business where there's many companies that do it, and it's a very complicated business in a way. Making sure that you don't lose money. Um, i- it takes a lot of work to make sure that you're managing that liability correctly. So insurance is the easy part. We know how to do insurance already.
Ace.
So I think the insurance business is, and let me know if I'm wrong, Omar, is a very minuscule part of Tesla's overall business, and I think it's more of a service than a business model for them. And with this new model of robotaxis coming in, and that also, whether it's robotaxis or owner-owned fleet taxis, the insurance companies for the first time are going to step in and start insuring these. And I'm sure the same insurance company would also cover an owner's, fleet taxi as a self-driving vehicle or personal use also. So this is just going to be a completely new model, but I don't think this is like a big thing for us to even worry about. The safety on these cars will be much more than regular cars, whether it's Uber or personal cars. So I'm not even sure if Tesla does this themselves and just farms it out completely to a third party.
Yoda.
Yeah, I guess my question wasn't like how it can be done because it's been done with the other platforms like Airbnb. I think it's so the question's around an opportunity and whether Tesla itself or the Geicos of the world will see that opportunity because what's so lucrative is the float that's created, right? Essentially, people give you money upfront for a piece of paper, the policy, um, and call it $1,000 or whatever it is. That's money that becomes float for the company to leverage.
I think Warren Buffett kind of said it, that this is going to be a low margin business because there's going to be fewer accidents. So I don't see this as being a big winner for Tesla itself to run,
Omar.
To the extent that Tesla can underwrite their own policies, I think they should. But I'm not sure if they'll be able to do that in every market that they operate. This is obviously going to be more of a commercial insurance type situation than, a personal car insurance like you have today. But there are companies that do that and would definitely get involved in that, I think. Insurance is really a great business if you think about it. They give you the premium, let's say their car payment's $300, they give you an extra $100 for insurance and or maybe $200 if they're a riskier driver. And if nothing happens, you don't have to give them anything. You have no cost. It's just pure revenue. And you can take that money, you can invest it, buy some bonds, and hopefully just any losses, you pay them out of the returns on that capital and you just keep the capital. Now, you have a situation with Tesla. Normally, these companies are just building actuarial tables and trying to figure out what their loss is going to be so they know how to price the policy. But Tesla actually controls the cars, they control the software. They can actually drive down the rate of crashes over time so that their losses get driven down more and more. And of course, people probably would demand to pay less for insurance over time, but it's not going to happen overnight, obviously. So in the interim, I think it's a really great way to actually monetize FSD is just insurance and just driving down the losses over time through software. It could be very lucrative in the medium term. Like you could really think about this as, kind of um, a massive recurring revenue stream potentially from their fleet.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that Tesla can do, if they underwrite themselves, is adjust the um, assumptions when they're pricing based on the upcoming software as well. So depending on what's coming down the pipeline, they can take action quicker than other insurance companies can do with observed data with a lag. Omar?
One other detail that's interesting is for most of these states, for example, California and Texas, they don't actually underwrite the policy themselves. So they have an insurance company that's actually underwriting the policy, and they're essentially providing like this white label service where they have a Tesla UI and everything. It's integrated into the order process. But the actual business of insuring and handling claims is handled by an insurance company. But in a few states, I forgot what states they were, maybe like Oregon or Virginia or something like that, some more random, smaller states, they were actually underwriting the policy themselves as Tesla for the first time. So I think insurance is probably a loss for them. I think they're doing it mostly just to try and suppress the prices of insuring Tesla in the market. But I think it is good experience that could benefit them in the future.
JP.
Yeah, no, I agree with what Omar's talking about. I think the other thing is that, if you listen to Berkshire's meeting, Warren's take on it, as well as his board, is that the repair cost was basically the prohibitive part of the repair, of the cost of that business model. But in reality, Tesla can repair the car cheaper than anyone else. It's mostly expensive for repairs for Tesla from third parties. So I'm assuming part of the liability, if you're using the Robo Taxi network, like anything that happens, Tesla will just take care of it for you. And so if they're actually underwriting the insurance, it actually becomes, the margins improve quite a lot. I do believe though it's going to be commercial and the liability will be 100% with Tesla, but that's probably going to eat a little bit into the profits of the car going into the fleet. But just going back a couple comments about whether Elon's leaving or not, I think it's a 0% chance he leaves under any circumstances. One, his Tesla stock is tied to the Twitter purchase. It's going to be valued at $18 billion.
Is the greatest person on the planet right? Elon Musk is the
We're getting some
greatest
echo.
person
We're
on
getting
the
some
planet
echo.
right? Nobody else.
That's the video.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
It's
I'm
just
trying to
designed to
restart
echo.
YouTube. Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's
I
weird.
think
All right. Go ahead.
Elon Musk is the greatest person on the planet right now. Nobody else out there, nobody has made a rocket ship that'll go to Mars. Nobody out there has made electrification. Even if you don't like the look of the Cybertruck, look inside. Who the hell? Who else is going to be able to push 48 volts, which we should have done in the 1960s? Who else is going to give you rear wheel steering? Who else is going to give you steer by wire? Nobody. Why? Because they don't have the brains, they don't have the guts, and they will never take a risk. Never. The boring company, the satellite dishes, all these things come from one guy. And what do these guys want to do? Make it bleed. Make it bleed. Everything they possibly can. They're going to throw them under the bus. But here's the deal. In 100 years, no one will remember any of these jerks. And I'm telling you right now, you should stop believing in them. Today would be a good day.
interesting.
Steven.
Hey, so my question was regarding Cybertruck. So since the initial rollout, we've been seeing some videos of Cybertrucks failing, which is understandable considering all the new integrations that they had. But since then, now I'm still seeing videos. I'm wondering what people thought. Are they the same videos? Are they different videos? Or are the videos just being magnified simply because of the platform that we're on?
Man, these bears are getting creative with their FUD.
You said to work on my question, sir, so I
I
made sure
know.
it was
You're
well
doing great.
worded.
You're doing great. I'm impressed.
What did he say?
He's like working in some Cybertruck FUD into a question, which is amazing.
I have a question for
No,
the.
hold on. Yoda, wait. You're not expert Yoda level. You're just new Yoda. Yeah, Yoda. We're answering Steven's question. Omar, Steven's asking about the Cybertruck videos that we're seeing. I mean, I guess we can specifically talk about this one where the stainless steel kind of a bolt popped out and steel kind of bended a little bit on the right side. What do you make of these videos that we're seeing?
It's hard to know from an internet video. It could be that there was a manufacturing defect. It could be that they did something crazy with their truck and, it started falling apart. Maybe a crash, maybe somebody hit it and they didn't realize. Maybe somebody vandalized it. Maybe you have a issue where somebody's just trying to break it on purpose to generate a viral video. So, they'll kind of get to the bottom of it, but I can tell you that the panels on my Cybertruck haven't fallen off. And I haven't heard of others' panels falling off either. So I think you can sleep soundly at night and not worry about the panels on your Cybertruck falling off.
How would you compare the Cybertruck production ramp versus the original 3-month Model 3 production ramp in terms of quality?
Overall, they're pretty high quality vehicles. Like there's some new product stuff. Like, I talked about my ventilated seats on the passenger side weren't working. Had to bring it into the service center for that. But overall, it's an extremely solid vehicle. The materials are very high quality. And yeah, I think people are going to be pretty happy with it. And, you look at Tesla's other vehicles, they're just extremely reliable. They never break down, they never fail to start. And I don't think Cybertruck's going to be an exception to that. Everyone who has been in it has really been kind of impressed with the quality, and it really is tough. Like I've accidentally banged it into some pipes and stuff, and it lives up to the marketing. So, yeah, I think the Cybertruck's really their best product yet. There's a lot of cyber FUD I've noticed. People trying to say, oh, the Cybertruck's a flop. People don't want it. It's a terrible product. But it's actually just a really good product. And it's not even about how it looks, it just drives incredible. It's just incredible to drive. It's so good that I'm willing to drive it manually. So I think this is going to be a big hit, especially as they get the non foundation series out. and they get it to 60K, I mean, you have never seen people just magnetically attracted to a product like this. And, I concede there's been some issues. For example, the accelerator pedal thing was a little bit of a black eye. Although I haven't gotten my accelerator pedal fixed, it's not falling off. But, there have been some little embarrassing moments here and there with, the new product. It's obviously a very different car than anything they've built before. So, something to keep in mind if you're an early adopter. But overall, I'm really satisfied with my truck. I wouldn't change anything or like it, I definitely wouldn't not want to have a Cybertruck because it's, a new product right now. Overall, I think it's an extremely high quality vehicle.
Thank you. 6 seconds.
I was just wanting to clarify the Cybertruck panel falling off was actually Dirty Tesla in his road trip. And then the other thing was I was
That's
gonna
not
say,
that's not what that's not what he sounded like though.
okay, well that exact same panel popped off in his road trip. So
Oh, I
maybe
see. You're saying it's a different video, but it's the same issue.
yeah. So yeah, I don't know, interesting. And then the other thing was if Robotaxi, if I were to send my car out on the streets and it got a flat tire or got a screw in the tire, what would insurance cover it? Would Tesla cover it? And then same thing, like what if passengers trashed my car? Yeah.
What was the first example? Second
Uh
shot?
yeah, like a flat tire or something, it ran over a screw or something, or a big pothole or something like that.
Omar?
Well, if you got a flat tire, then somebody would come and change the tire. And you'd probably have to buy a new tire or something like that. Or maybe the insurance would cover
Yeah,
it.
you can get some tire insurance. Is
Yeah.
there such a thing?
Yeah,
Even
there
if
is. Tesla
There
actually
you go.
sells tire insurance.
Oh, boom. See, there's one step ahead of you. Tech
okay,
targets.
sorry, I didn't hear
Easy.
you.
They're one step ahead of you. They're already selling tire insurance. And if someone trashes your car, I don't think that's going to happen as often as people think. Because, like, for example, how many times do you have people crashing Uber cars?
Yeah. I'm just curious, where do they sell insurance? Because I have not seen that anywhere.
I think it's called like Tesla Wheel and Tire Protection Plan. So just go ahead and Google that.
Okay, thank you.
AC.
So to address some of those questions, I think as we're entering into a whole new model of business here, there will be many independent contractors. None of this has to fall back right on Tesla. There'll be many independent contractors, especially in the concentrated markets where they'll step up and want this business. Small little centers where all the robo taxis can go and get cleaned up at the end of the day, or your own personal cars can go, get cleaned up and everything. So a lot of these things I think will be solved along the way. So I'm not really worried about that. I did have a question on Omar. Omar, what's your best prediction on when they start selling non-foundation series Cybertrucks?
Probably Q4 or Q1. But, the other part of the question about vandalism. So, Uber and Lyft have done a lot to prevent vandalism. So most vandalism is really just a few people, like your crackheads of the world who might do damage to the car, or your drunks who might throw up, whatever, right? So most people, they're normal people. They just sit in the car, they get out, they're not going to do anything crazy. So the star rating system has been pretty important for this. A driver at the end of a trip, can rate the passenger and they kind of get a star rating. Similarly, in a robo taxi, you've got a camera. If you saw that someone was damaging the car, they would get a low rating kind of automatically. And you would have a lot of controls in choosing who gets a ride. So you could say, for example, I only want people who have a rating more than 3 or more than 4. Or I only want, 5-star passengers. Or you could say, for example, based on your X social network, if I follow them on X or I've talked to them on X, then they can request a ride and you could see their X profile and say, okay, yeah, at least I can shout at this guy if he does anything. Or you could restrict it to just friends and family or just yourself or, just your kids or whatever. You'll have access controls to set, exactly what kind of jobs you want to do. Maybe you'll say, I only want to do food deliveries. I don't want any humans in my car. So it'll be entirely up to you. So maybe you've got, let's say, a personal Model S. And for that one, you say, okay, only friends or family, or maybe some of my friends from X. If someone from X needs a ride and my car can do it, then maybe, you could do that. But then you've got a second car, that's your old car, maybe your old Model 3 or something. That one you say, okay, I'll take people who are 3 stars or higher. Even if they kind of mess it up a little bit, that's kind of my extra car. I just want more rides on that one. So you'll have access controls to set what kind of jobs your car accepts and feed out the vandalism from, the bunch.
Aaron. Aaron,
Hey
you
guys,
there
I
now?
just had some exciting news. My car's on 2024.8 and I'm getting the spring update and I have confirmed it comes with V12. So the wait is over.
Let's go. That is huge news.
That's awesome, Aaron. Thanks for sharing.
I think
So
Sawyer just
12,
tweeted about that yesterday, asking for when that's coming.
so V12 is coming to all cars, all SX cars, right? That's the news.
Yes.
Thank you.
What FSD version is in the spring update?
It's 12.3.6.
Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, hopefully, so then yeah, 12.4 would definitely also be based on the spring update too. So that's a good sign. But it sounds like maybe they didn't want to keep 2024.8 people waiting, and they just sent out the spring update with 12.3.6. So that's pretty cool. The wait's over, and
Yeah,
I presume they're going to send out free trials too.
we have Gordon Johnson in the audience. Everybody get ready. Everybody sit up straight. Time to sit up straight, everybody. Walk around, do your stretches. We're out to get some action. I was falling asleep. We have Political Reality. We have Grant, Gordon Johnson in the audience. What is happening all of a sudden? I never get heads up. Yoda.
Just want to shout out to Gordon Johnson.
Grant.
Yeah, in the spirit of super detailed questions about things that are years away, I'm curious, if I own an Optimus bot, do you guys think that I would be legally liable if I pimped it out and it gave someone an STD?
Omar. Well, actually, that's a great lead-up question to Gordon Johnson. Gordon Johnson, how are you? Gordon? You have to unmute yourself for us to hear you.
He's a listener, I think.
Oh no, are we having some connection issues? All right, I'm gonna move some people down. Let's see, let's free up some space here. Let's focus. Do you guys see Gordon?
I don't see him as a speaker.
All right, I'm gonna move him down to listener and then send you an invite, Gordon. Okay, that used to work. That should work better. So send you an invite. You have to accept the invite, and that should work. In the meantime, Political Reality, go ahead.
So Omar, you were talking about, aside from
arguing over when FSD is going to happen or with existing cars. You were talking about sort of damage, vandalism. Having rented at least 7 or 8 Model 3s from Hertz that had between 20 and 40,000 miles on them, they were completely trashed in almost every case. So, I mean, I think in reality, let's put aside whether FSD is ever going to happen in somebody's car and all this stuff's going to happen. Even if it does, your car's getting trashed. It's not going to be a situation where it's either a moneymaker for you or it's your car. I don't see the hybrid model as being realistic for somebody who actually cares about the car they're getting in. You have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think probably you start making cars that are a lot more durable, obviously, but you can kind of control it. You can use it for whatever you want. If you just want to use it to drop your kids off at the school, that's fine. If you want to send it out and make money, you can do that too. If you want to do some other type of work that doesn't involve giving people rides, you can do that too. So, it's going to be a personal choice ultimately. Of course, there is going to be wear and tear on your car from accepting riders. That's do that too. So, it's going to be a personal choice ultimately. Of course, there is going to be wear and tear on your car from accepting riders. That's indisputable.
Yeah, I guess your point is if it's a purpose-built car with more robust seats and
have, hundreds of thousands of miles that are still holding up pretty well. And, I'm in Ubers, I see people put on seat covers. They outfit their cars to, guard against that wear and tear. So there are aftermarket solutions there too.
Yeah, no, that's true. That makes sense.
Thank you. Gordon Johnson, welcome. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What's on your mind these days?
I guess the question I had is, there's been a lot of talk about FSD being approved in China, and I don't know if you guys have discussed this. I'm sure you have, but it seems like that story clearly drove the stock higher the day it was announced. You had a number of appearances on TV from analysts saying it was a game changer and it was going to drive significant income. But first of all, it looks like the story is about a year old. Secondly, it looks like effectively Tesla is licensing Baidu's software, which is that software is what a lot of analysts give Tesla hundreds of billions of dollars in valuation for. So it looks like in China they're licensing Baidu's software. So I just wanted to know why it seems like everybody's positioning this as a huge positive. It actually seems like a huge negative to me because it's de facto the Chinese government saying we're not going to allow you, Tesla, to use their software on our roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go with Yoda first.
Hey, Gordon. Yeah, the Tesla is not licensing some sort of FSD-like software from Baidu. They're just using Baidu's maps. And I think the way to think about it is the major breakthrough here is that China is actually letting a U.S. headquartered company into China to unleash the most advanced technology. But I'll yield to Omar.
Yeah, I think you covered it. So, I mean, there was actually news. There was a few pieces of news. One is the mapping deal with Baidu. That's significant because China's mapping laws don't, allow a foreign company to do mapping and surveying in China. So they did have to partner with somebody for street maps to be able to bring that FSD supervised ADAS technology to the Chinese market, and Baidu's their partner for that. We also saw that Tesla was the only foreign company that received the information security clearance on cars that they're going to need to actually train on data from China. This involves the car anonymizing the data on the car, blurring out faces, license plates, and then sending it up to Tesla's data centers in China. This also lifted a bunch of restrictions in terms of where Teslas could go, park, some government areas and high security facilities. Tesla wasn't allowed there before. Now they are with this new clearance. And they seem to have been given the nod to launch their FSD supervised ADAS and eventually robo-taxis in China. So right now, there's no other service that's running in the US, Germany, and China and able to function.
Yeah,
Thank you, Omar.
I think
So you just one second. So we are not taking requests to speak. We're not taking any requests. I mean, we will take requests only if you've been in the space for a long time for this discussion. Otherwise, if you have a question or comment, please reply to the space. I'm monitoring the replies. If you have a question or comment, please reply to the space. Corey, just
Yeah, I just think a lot of what I think the guy's name is Yoda, and what Holmars just said is categorically false. Um, so first of all, um, China did not approve any of Tesla's FSD technology, and Tesla said exactly that. They said we have no time frame as to when our FSD technology will be approved again. And to say this is breaking news, the story you can go on Google and look it up. The story of Tesla working with Baidu to license their mapping technology it's over a year old, or roughly a year old. So this isn't breaking news. It's not even new. Um, and then in addition, when Homar says things like they're close to getting FSD approved, I think that's extremely deceptive because there's no factual context behind that. It's just pure speculation. And I think that misleads people to think that there's this huge revenue opportunity coming when that's not the case. And then when 2Q numbers are reported and the numbers disappoint, people are going to lose their money. So I don't know why you continue to say these things, Holmars, that aren't backed by facts or actually any support at all, just purely your opinion. It seems like it's extremely misleading, respectfully.
Yeah, this isn't my opinion. This is fact. I think you seem to be maybe a little misinformed. Tesla has been working with Baidu for mapping and in-vehicle routing, just the basic UI that appears when you need to, punch in a destination in your navigation system in a Tesla. But this new partnership is a special maps package created with a partnership between Tesla and Baidu. Baidu's created it
Hold
specifically
on, where
for
where where
Tesla.
are you getting that this is a new partnership?
Well, you can see that they've released a new package of maps in the regulatory filings. All these things have to be listed.
Which
This new
filings?
this new maps package covers ADAS like functionality.
Can you
So,
can you tell can you point me to which filings specifically you're talking about? Because I don't believe it exists.
okay, well, it does exist. So
Okay, so
Baidu's
can you post that filing right now to Twitter, and I'll just I guess I'll just look, because again, I don't believe it exists. I believe you're
yeah, I'm sure
making stuff
someone
up
can
out of
try and
thin air.
find what I'm talking about and post it in the comments, but they created this new maps package. It expands their partnership to cover the data they need
Again,
to
I think
really
you're
introduce
misleading
this.
there. I don't think that's true. There is no new maps package. I think you're making
Well,
that up.
okay. Oh, it is true. So, yeah, this
let's
is a
get a
new
few.
partnership for ADAS,
Yeah.
ADAS level data that they need to offer this functionality in China. And
Okay.
Bloomberg and others, the FT, they provided reports and they said that they've essentially gotten the nod to launch the service, that they have the necessary data security approvals.
That's
So it's not
factually
my
incorrect.
opinion.
Tesla themselves
All
said
right.
that they have no time frame as to when it's going to be approved. Just because Bloomberg and FT and whoever else misreports something does not make it factual. They often
Okay.
get things
Let's go to Mario, then Grant, then political reality. Go ahead, Mario.
Hey, Gordon. My favorite catchphrase from you is factually incorrect. I like that one very much. That's great. To ask you about an area where you clearly have expertise, maybe you can help out Yaman. He almost dropped a weight on his face yesterday, and you're looking pretty jacked these days. Maybe you can help him out with some advice.
Grant.
Yeah, I am curious on this as well. I think there's been a lot of ambiguous news articles going across. When I look at what China Daily, China basically has reported, the language is very flimsy. It's kind of like they may get an approval. And I'll note that Omar's language was like they've basically gotten an approval. They've essentially gotten approval. So I think it'd be good to go to the data. Like, Omar, find the best news source that you have that demonstrates they've gotten approval and link it, because I'm not fully convinced that there's nothing there, but I tend to be on Gordon's side. So let's go to the data. Let's find the news article that paints the most compelling picture here.
Well, you know that China Daily is owned by the CCP, right?
Yeah, that's why when they say, oh, they've gotten a chance at getting an approval, maybe, I tend to think that's the reality.
ACDC and that political reality.
I got a question for Gordon. Gordon, let's just say this FSD is not coming to fruition, right? That's I think what your thesis is. But there are certain analysts who are giving it some credence, right? And the biggest, I think, call it the biggest credence being given to Tesla right now is the price of the stock. So it's clearly not trading at a premium of or a multiple of an auto manufacturer, right? And I've seen some smaller analysts, some buy side analysts come out and actually assign a premium to it for that. What will it take for you to assign Tesla a premium, and what is like your current target price, and what would it be at that point of time?
Yeah. So look, I'm just a realist. It's not about, hate or love or anything. It's just looking at facts. Since 2014, effectively, there's video evidence of Elon Musk promising effectively level 5, FSD next year, every year. Number one. Number two, if you go to the Tesla FSDtracker.com data, you can see that Tesla's having an intervention every roughly, anywhere from 150 to 250 miles. Whereas, and that's safety critical. Whereas, Wamo has one every 2.4 million miles. So for all of those arguing that Tesla is close and they lead, it's just so categorically incorrect. It's not even close. They're lagging Wamo, which isn't even number one, by the way. I think it's what is it, Zoox that's number one, but they're lagging them by like 10,000 times with respect to interventions. So what would get me excited? LiDAR and radar, like the leaders have, when Tesla adopts that, and when they're not having an intervention every 150 to 250 miles, when they get above 10,000 and then get to in the millions, that's what would get me excited. But I think we're years, if not decades, away from that with their existing technology. Did that answer your question?
So maybe you could help me with this. On what basis is the market assigning Tesla a 67 times forward multiple then?
Yeah, that's why I think Tesla is going to go down as the greatest single stock short in the history of the stock market with respect to the amount of money that people lose. I think that the market is dead wrong. Remember, right? Just like 6 months ago, the bull thesis on Tesla was everybody's adopting their superchargers. So this is a massive opportunity. A number of my Wall Street peers called it game changing and a checkmate. And I noted at the time that it's less than 1% of their revenue, and it's actually a negative. And they just fired their entire supercharger team. I think my comments were prescient. So it seems like the ball keeps being moved. But I think that I don't know if you guys are tracking this, but it's all public data, right? You can get US data from market intelligence. You can get China data from CNV, CNEV Post. And you can get the European data from Troy Tesla. I mean, in all of those places, like Tesla sales are running down anywhere from 15 to 25% quarter to date. So it looks like as of right now, barring further price cuts, their sales are going to fall again. The reason why I highlight that is because I know that
let's focus on FSD for a little bit, and we have some
sure, no
hands
problem.
and we have some people request to speak.
Yeah,
Those
okay.
requests to speak,
Yes.
we're not accepting any requests to speak unless if you've been in the space for months and months and months with good contribution. This is one of those times. So if you have something to say, reply to the space with your comment or question. Omar, go ahead.
So I went ahead and pinned at the top the filing I was talking about for a new mapping service for ADAS with Tesla that they were approved for. So that's what they're going to be using to power this feature. Secondly, I think Gordon, it's actually Waymo, not Wamo, and Waymo is the leading deployer of driverless vehicles. Zoox doesn't have any deployment of driverless vehicles yet. So it's not just about interventions per mile. You have to ask what kind of interventions and what kind of miles. Waymo has real miles, Zoox is in a lab. So I would definitely say, Waymo is ahead of Zoox, and none of them can match what Tesla can do, which is drive anywhere around the world with just cameras.
Political reality.
Yeah. So just to clear the air, and maybe this is not what you guys were arguing over, but there are multiple sources, TeslaNorth.com and Dataflock, that show that Tesla's been partnering with Baidu's mapping service and Baidu since early 2020, and I'm happy to post those links. So to Gordon's point that this isn't new news, I think he's actually right. As far as whether or not, Holmarch, there's a filing that says there's some sort of approval, I'm not going to dispute that because I don't know the answer to it. The one thing I would say is I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding about the improvements in FSD. And anyone who understands sort of Zipf's law and how a long tail works, what people are seeing is improvements in the head of the curve in that 99.5% of the times that FSD is actuated in a drive. It's smoother, it's better. There's no question about that it has gotten better with 12.x. I don't have it in my Tesla, but I've driven in other Teslas. That being said, the intervention rate hasn't actually changed materially. So the long tail is the problem for FSD. It's not how it performs in 99.9% of the time. It's how it performs in the last 2 or 3 nines. And you can't anecdotally categorize that or capture that. You can't get on and say, hey, it's better, because that is strictly data driven. The infrequency of a disengagement in that long tail has to be so infrequent that you can't even have an anecdotal attitude about it. So I think we have to be careful about noticing what I would call the smoothness and the more thoughtful way that FSD runs and 12.x runs in the head of the curve. But be cautious, because it's never been about the head of the curve. It's always about the tail when it comes to safety. So I think we need to be really, really cautious when we talk about improvement, because look and feel and comfort are one thing. Safety is in the long tail, and that's not measurable by opinion or personal experience.
Grant.
Hey, I just want to point out that what Omar's linked here is, a permit for Baidu's mapping services. I linked something that was out to China Daily, which is, as he mentioned, the official publication arm of the Chinese government that has much lighter language and does not say that, oh yeah, FSD is all, things go. It's very much, yeah, maybe they might approve something. So again, Omar, I'm not clear that you got anything that says FSD in China is a go. If this is it, it's not happening.
Omar.
Well, to political reality's point, they had a partnership for mapping in the UI for several years. This partnership covers ADAS. And, people are reporting, Bloomberg, others are reporting that they've gotten the nod. The nod does not mean, obviously, regulatory approval. It means we're on board with you doing this in principle. We've cleared the way in terms of major hurdles, which are mapping, given that foreign companies can't do mapping and surveying in China. In terms of access to data, the information security, especially around AI training, is a very sensitive issue in China. Having the sort of in principle approval that this is a process that we're comfortable with, you taking data and training on it, that's huge symbolically. The holdup really in bringing it to market now is mostly technical. They need to start refining and testing it in China, begin a beta testing process, and then launch their FSD supervised product, just like they have in the US and just like they plan to do in other markets. So that's kind of the path forward. And the leaders that are responsible have signaled that they would like this to actually come to market.
Gordon.
Yeah. So I'm looking at let me just be clear here, and I don't mean to disrespect Holmars, but I think you're lying. So I'm looking at this is actual. I don't know how to post this link, but I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I'll post it up here. I saw it.
But basically, this is a source close to Baidu. Told China Daily that they didn't, quote, see any new deal related to FSD functions between between Tesla and Baidu. So for you to say there is a new deal, that goes against what Baidu themselves is saying. Again, so I think what you're saying is incorrect. And I think it's dangerous that you put these mistruths out there because some people actually may be listening to you respectfully.
Well, Gordon, respectfully, what I'm saying is actually the truth. They've expanded the partnership to cover these ADAS features. As a matter of fact, they've developed a new maps package.
So hold on, Homar. So you're saying you know better the relationship between Tesla and Baidu than Baidu does, because they're saying,
No,
and again,
I'm
this is a
saying I know
quote,
better than
we
you do,
didn't
the
see
guy
any
who
new
can't
deal
even
related to
pronounce
FSD
Waymo
functions.
correctly.
Well,
Okay.
also, Gordon, so just to clarify, this post at the top is from an account called Oracle NYSC, has nothing to do with Oracle or NYSC.
No, Yaman. Open the link.
And
Open the link. That's from China Daily.
China Daily. Okay, got
And
it.
that quote where they say, I don't see any new deal related to FSD functions is from China Daily, not from Oracle.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Imagine how much money people have lost listening to your analysis on Tesla over the years, Gordon. Just imagine. How do you sleep at night?
Omar, you've been caught
And you
lying.
probably
You're
don't
full of
believe it
shit
either,
right
right?
now. You're
You
pivoting
probably
so
don't believe
hard.
it.
I don't care if I get booted off this space. You should feel ashamed of yourself for lying to these people.
Oh my God. Okay, let's not personalize this
That's
discussion.
what Omar's doing
Back
because
to
he's
this
been caught with
link.
bold-faced lying.
Okay.
He has nothing else to say. It's disgusting.
What did I lie about? You guys are delusional.
All right.
You are lying, saying there is a new deal when Baidu is saying there's not. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, guys, let's be clear. Unless Omar, you work for Tesla, you have material non-public information, or you've stolen it. You actually don't know. So to sit here and represent that you know, or even that Gordon knows, is both false. It's completely wrong. So don't pretend like you're on some high horse and you know better, because if you know better, you're going to jail because you're just.
Excuse
that's
me. I'm just reading the news, which apparently you guys haven't done.
We have read the news. I just read the China
your own
Daily.
ass. You haven't even read the news.
article that was posted.
Gordon, so
It's
many
clear.
people lost money listening to you. It's such.
You know, I love these spaces because I have this incredible power of just muting everybody if I want to. It's just one click. And I go, oh, okay. This is silence. So we're going to take 10 seconds to just sit in silence. Everybody breathe. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. All right. Let's switch topics. Enough of this kind of stuff. Let's talk about Cybertruck. Gordon, Tesla is ramping Cybertruck production, now passing 1,000 per week. I estimate they're going to get to gross margin neutral in Q2 and generate more than $1 billion in Q4 from the Cybertruck production. What do you think about that?
I'm sorry, whose estimates are those?
Mine.
Okay, and what is 1,000 per week is what? Is that around 10% capacity utilization?
20%.
Okay, so if you talk to any auto executive, they'll tell you need to be at roughly 95%, or 95% to break even. So they're losing money hand over fist on the Cybertruck. With respect to our expectations, I mean, I don't have our model in front of us, but I think we're maybe at like 30,000 for the year. That's our published number. You know what? I don't want to put that out there. I have to look at our model. I don't just want to throw a number out there because that's not fair to you guys. I'll look at the number, but I think the Cybertruck clearly is a flop. I think it's too expensive. The range is too low. And I just think that's being proven out daily. The fact that they're not selling many. So with respect to this idea that you're going to see a hockey stick and uptake for the Cybertruck when there's so many other options with better range, cheaper price, better quality, etc., I think is aspirational at best.
Okay. So you're saying that Tesla needs to get to 4,500 per week to break even. But okay, interesting. What's your source for that? You named all the executives. Can you name one?
Yeah, just call up any IR for any major auto company, Ford, GM, Mercedes, Stellantis, and ask them what they need to be at on a utilization basis for an auto line to be break even on the gross margin.
Right, but those vehicles have about $30,000, $40,000 ASP, and this vehicle has 80, 90, $100,000 ASP, right? So that's a different equation.
Yeah, I'm just telling you what you asked me what my source was.
Okay, machine.
Gordon, I just want to know how long exactly did you stare at the Cybertruck when Kim Kardashian was standing next to it showing her ass?
Not necessary. Not necessary. Machine, come on. I brought you up in this intense time. Yoda.
Hey, Gordon. This might be quite difficult, but in your price target for Tesla, how much of that do you now place on robotaxi?
So our price target is simply taking our 2024 EPS estimate and applying what we think is a reasonable multiple of 15 times, which the auto industry trades at 5 to 6 times, and those are profitable auto companies. So I think we're giving quite a bit in that multiple, more than double what the industry trades at. We're giving them quite a bit of credit for FSD.
Political reality.
Yeah, I think this just underscores a problem, Yaman, that we don't get enough transparency out of Tesla, and it allows bears and bulls to argue somewhat factlessly over, or with guesses, hypotheses about sales. It would be so much better if Tesla were transparent about, hey, look, we have a backlog of current actual orders. This is how many we can produce. This is what we think we're going to do this quarter. This obfuscation to me is just, it's very strange, and it's one of the reasons I don't trust the company. It just feels like, because I don't know. The answer is, you asked a question, how many do I think they're going to deliver? I have no idea. I have no idea what kind of supply chain challenges they're
Well,
having.
I didn't ask that. I didn't ask that question. I didn't ask that
No, I
question.
think you did. You said,
Nobody
how
asked that
many do you
question.
think they're going to, it wasn't
No.
the question, how many you thought they were going to do this year?
No.
Wasn't that the
no.
okay, what was the question then? Maybe I misunderstood.
My estimate for Cybertruck is break even, gross margin, and billion plus gross profit. You get nothing for for that.
Yeah, I can't hear you. I don't know if it's my connection or your connection. Probably mine.
No, I think I can't hear him either.
Okay, so it's not me. Okay, cool. Yeah, he's totally breaking up. I don't know how I guess I was implicitly taking his statement and applying that I can't give you an answer as to gross margin or break even because I don't really know what the numbers look like. That to me is the challenge. And I think it would be so much easier as an investor or a short or whatever you want to be, neutral, to actually have this data. And I guess the question is, why aren't they giving us this data? Why don't we get the same kind of data we get out of a Ford or a GM?
I'm not sure what happened. Political reality. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Yeah, I can hear you fine. I can't hear anybody else, but I've just been quiet to try to see if someone else is going to talk.
Yeah, no, I agree with your point. You've got a valid point, but what specific data are you talking about? Are you talking about FSD related data?
No, I'm talking about in terms of production. If you go look at a Ford quarterly report, you'll see them talking about order backlog, shipments, projected shipments, production capacity. There's almost complete transparency around the delivery chain and the order chain, and there's none of that with Tesla. I mean, they don't even break out geography and model sales by geography. So we sit here and we're all like guessing all the time, and I don't get the point of it, other than it feels like something's being hidden. And I'm not saying that that's the reason behind it. I don't want to be overly punitive, but I'd love somebody to give me a good reason why the company can't be completely transparent. It's not competitive. I don't know what I just don't know what the reason is, and that troubles me.
Yoda, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Tesla actually shares quite a bit of information. If you look at a company like Apple, there's a lot of obscurity in future products that they're creating. But I do understand there might be certain data points that you want for your analysis, or others want that Tesla isn't sharing. But I just want to point out that uh, you know other companies, tech companies especially, do not disclose every single business metric that they see.
No, that's true. And in Apple's case, they can get away with it because they're growing revenue, they're growing gross margin, they're growing not necessarily share right now because they're struggling in China, but you have a company on a different growth trajectory that can get away with it. And look, Apple just decided they were going to no longer, post unit sales, starting next year. So you're right, but when you're dealing with a company that's having a decline in revenue, earnings, and cash, you would expect the company. It just feels to me like there'd be less volatility in the stock. People could be more comfortable with the decisions they're making around owning it or not owning it if they had that data. And I think it would
That's speculation.
What
Sorry.
speculation?
I really want to talk about the specific topics instead of this kind of speculative, blame game. We have all the information. There's tremendous amount of information on Tesla from the company and from outside the company. There's nobody like short Tesla, for example, on any other company. Okay, there's no other space like Tesla Live. Anything you want to know, you have the answer to. Any fundamental questions you want the answer to. Yoda?
Yeah, in fact, I would argue that they disclose too much information with events like AI Day, whereby the architecture of how they're building the FSD product is actually shared out. The patents that they disclose and share, I think all those things are extremely valuable.
Gianni?
Hi, gentlemen. I want to ask Mr. Johnson and Mr. Reality what they think EV penetration will be in 2030. Thank you.
Gordon?
That's very hard. I'm not clairvoyant. I have no idea what EV penetration will be in 2030, but I can say that with PHEVs clearly outgrowing EVs, EV adoption slowing materially, a lack of infrastructure, range anxiety, etc. I think that the actual penetration of EVs overall over the next year to 2 years is going to significantly disappoint.
Yoda?
Hey, Yemen, I just want to call out that Reigns is in the listener mode right now, and he has a lot of insight about China in case he has anything to educate Gordon on, or Gordon has any questions about that market.
Yeah, Reigns is welcome to request to speak. Clearly knows what they're talking about based on my interaction as well. Gordon, have you been digging into Tesla FSD tracker?
It's funny. I'm actually looking at it right now. So city miles to critical disengagement looks like it's 134. It looks like that's getting worse as these new versions roll out. Just so you know, in 2023, according to the California DMV, Waymo had, critical disengagements every 2.4 million miles. Tesla's at 134. So again, the people that say that Tesla leads, it's just so categorically false. It boggles the mind.
Yeah, I don't know if those numbers are apples to apples comparison. Obviously, they have remote human interventions as well. But it's moving in the right direction, generally speaking, right? But you think we're not going to get to 99.9999% reliability for the 5 to 10 years? Is that your position?
No. My position is, if you look at the leaders, according, based on the California DMV, they're all at a safety, not even safety, they're at an intervention every roughly, I think it's like 77,000 miles for the leader. I think Waymo's at like 10,000 and Tesla's at 134. So again, it's just so far off. I just don't understand why people continue to say Tesla is a leader beyond misleading people to try to keep a stock price high.
Machine, what do you say to that?
Well, I would say, on one hand, it's a fair point to say that Waymo is a leader right now.
Are you in the closet right now?
I'm in the bathroom.
You're in the bathroom, aren't you? Yeah.
I am.
Are you on the toilet?
Maybe.
Are you in the shower? Are you naked?
Can I make my point? Are you obsessed with my status?
I can't stop thinking about it.
Well, you think about it. You think about it while I speak. So I think it's a fair point. However, if you are an expert or understand the trends in large models, deep learning, and the trends that what we've seen over the past few years, and I'm not even talking about like ChatGPT, but even talking about things like Google Translate, speech to text and vice versa, the accuracy improvements that these models have seen by ingesting more data, more compute, and bigger models, transformer models, have seen extreme increases in accuracy. And there's no reason to think that this wouldn't happen with self-driving cars. They're all the same thing, statistical learning, machine learning models. And so for someone like Tesla, who actually has an abundance of data and is approaching it that way, that we should see bigger increases in the robustness. That doesn't mean necessarily it's going to hit or match Waymo at a certain time point. It just means at this critical period where they've increased their compute and it seems like their pipeline's working well, then I would bet that the miles per critical disengagement is going to go up significantly this year. And there's basically there's proof that this happens in other fields. So I don't think it's absurd to think it's going to happen for Tesla too this year.
Gordon.
Yeah, so I'll remind, I don't know who that was speaking, but I'll remind whoever that was that based on NHTSA data and disclosures, the crashes that just they were collecting themselves, Tesla only collected data on 18% of them. I've argued for years, GLJ Research has argued for years, this idea that they have millions of miles of data is just another major misconception that isn't true, because they don't have the server power, nor do they collect the data from the cars to actually use that data constructively. And you can just see this evidenced by, just go to YouTube and type in FSD failure. The failures that this car is making, these are just, it's just very basic driving stuff. It's like it doesn't even drive as good as a teenager. So again, I think to say that they have all this data, that's always been wrong. And I think that NHTSA went a long way in proving that and showing that Tesla's only collecting wreck data on 18% of the crashes. Thanks.
Machine.
Well, there's a lot there to address. I would say, number one, I think a lot of these NHTSA critiques are on older versions of FSD or even autopilot, which really aren't relevant with the current release, which you may not be familiar with me, but I'm a relatively conservative predictor for the improvement of the software. I'm not super bullish. I haven't been. And I took a ride in V12, and I can tell you
this was far and away much better experience versus previous versions. But aside from that, the main thing to your data point, the thing is that all the data does not need to be collected. Most of it's useless, and you actually have a filter on the car to determine what's useful and not, and that is the FSD computer and software itself. And so when the car disagrees, the software disagrees with what the human's doing, then only then maybe do you choose to trigger to record that 5 seconds of data and then upload it to the cloud later. And if you have a software that's working at about 99% effectiveness, just as an example, then only 1% of the data would need to be uploaded. And so there's no reason to say they need to collect all the data. And there's plenty of evidence that they upload. People note all the time, sometimes they upload a gigabyte of data after their drives. And the only way that their software can work and train as it is through a lot of data. It's simply not possible for them to generate the software that they have currently without ingesting a lot of data. It's statistically not possible. So I find that level of thinking to be just incorrect. And I don't know why people keep perpetuating that. It's they have plenty of data. You could argue they still won't have enough data even with millions of cars on the road, because as the models get more and more accurate, the amount of instances where there's a disagreement keep going down, an order of magnitude down, and you may come to a point where you don't have enough data coming in.
Okay. Omar.
So I actually read the NHTSA document that Gordon was referencing, and they didn't say that Tesla only collects 18% of data. What they said is that they need to check what the definition of crashes is so that you're making an apples to apples comparison. For example, an insurance database versus a police database versus a manufacturer's database may be different. And they said if they're only looking at pyrotechnic deployment as a crash, pyrotechnic deployment meaning airbags, seatbelt restraints, that type of thing, only happens in 18% of crashes. So they didn't say that Tesla's only collecting 18%. They said only 18% of crashes have pyrotechnic deployment. And if they're using that for their definition, then there may be many more less severe crashes that maybe weren't counted. But they didn't say anything conclusively about how much data they're collecting.
On reality.
Yeah, I kind of liken this to predicting the weather. There's a lot of talk about how powerful LLMs are going to be and grow, but the reality is we still can't predict the weather. So let's be clear about that. And the long tail of FSD is about predicting the unpredictable or the difficult to predict or the random walk, which is what makes markets, right? So I think the point, and I'm not sure if it was Yoda or who was making it around, hey, I've gotten in 12.0 and it seems a lot better. I think that's absolutely true, but I just don't think it's relevant to whether or not the safety critical aspects of FSD are going to be addressed by these improvements of the overall experience. And I think experience has to be segregated from safety. So until we can start to get some sort of real benchmark around safety, transparency around the data, I think it's hard for any of us to practically predict, other than to have a wild opinion as to when FSD or if FSD will actually be able to operate full.
Machine.
I think it's a totally reasonable point to say you need more hard data to really trust versus people just giving their opinions. I fully agree with that. And Tesla's not giving that to us. So that's why we're trying to use these open sources. But to your point about an example of the weather model, well, actually, weather models are getting more accurate using all these deep learning techniques. That's an area where they think they've increased their accuracy 2x or moved forward how many days in the future they can predict. And that's for something which, if you told me and showed me whatever data they're ingesting, I'd be like, I have no idea how to guess this. Whereas for self-driving car, if you showed me views of cameras and then I had to try to drive the car through looking at the cameras, I could do it. So we do know that it's possible to achieve a high performance rate in this domain. I agree with you that the edge cases are unknown. We don't know for sure if we're going to get to a very high fidelity or not. and we do need more numbers. So I agree with that.
Gordon.
Yeah, so I want to address this to political reality, because it seems like you're trying to appease the Tesla bulls here by saying that their 12 version 12 has gotten significantly better. And I think you're wrong to do that. So let me tell you why. So I'm looking at fsdtracker.com. If I click on version 11, miles to critical and disengagement 120, city miles to critical disengagement 64, 120 and 64. I click on 12, those numbers jump to 330 and 177. So based on the data, it is not getting better. So I don't know why political reality you're saying it's gotten significantly better. Seems like you're speaking in vagaries and platitudes.
Omar.
Anyone with two eyes can see that it's gotten better. So if you look at the tracker, it shows a general upward trend from 11. And of course, this is just a community tracker. It's random people submitting survey responses. So it's not the actual data. It's just a very noisy approximation of what the data might be.
ACDC.
Gordon, do you think it's fair to compare Waymo's finished product with Tesla's unfinished product? I mean, and the product that is ramping up to completion very quickly. Ever since they've gone to the end-to-end solution, I don't know if you keep up with the updates, they're ramping up. So whether it comes to 12.8, 12.9, 13, when it's actually at completion, don't you think it'd be more fair to compare apples to apples at that point?
It doesn't matter what I think. All that matters is what the U.S. government's going to do. And clearly, Tesla is not reporting any data to the California DMV. There's 162 players that are. And the people who lead are, I think Waymo's like number 5 or so. I don't have it in front of me. Pony AI, Zoox, a couple other guys. And I believe they are going to set the bar with respect to how the government judges other, self-drive technology. So again, it's not. It just doesn't matter what I think. I think the bar is being set by the leaders. So yeah, I think they will compare Tesla to them, which is why it's somewhat baffling to me when people say Tesla leads. When you look at these numbers and these guys are leading Tesla by 10,000 times, respectively.
I agree with you, and I think Tesla's finished product will blow them all out of the water.
Right, but that's your opinion.
ACDC. What do you mean? You agree with what example?
I agree. I'll give them that much, that they will compare it to whatever standards that they've set or whatever numbers they're looking at. And by the time Tesla's robotaxi FSD, let's call it 13, is set, it will blow them out of the water, bar none.
Omar.
Well, first of all, I completely disagree with the characterization that Waymo's finished and Tesla's not finished. Both projects are under active development, and they're never really finished. They're continuously getting better. But the reason why Tesla's is the best and why you can't just compare apples to apples to Waymo is the Waymo miles are within a predefined area that's been mapped. That means they've scanned the entire city with LiDAR, and they're able to localize the car's position to a centimeter level. Same thing with other systems. They try and find the car's position very accurately so they know how to move through the scene. But what Tesla is doing is just looking at the scene with cameras and figuring out how to drive. That allows them to drive anywhere. You can drive anywhere in the country, places where Waymo cannot go. So you have to really compare apples to apples. If you did an apples to apples comparison without HD mapping and where you can really drop the car anywhere in the country, the Tesla's going to have a much higher number of miles per disengagement because the Waymo doesn't function without mapping.
That's another magical statistic that you're pulling out of thin air that you have no data to back.
Well, it's just a fact. It works with cameras. It doesn't require pre-mapping. So you just need to make sure that you're doing a like for like comparison. The same kind of miles and the same kind of interventions. Those
And
need
I
to
would
be
say you need to make
standardized.
sure you're not lying to people, misleading them.
Okay, I would say the same to you, and I would ask you to think of all the people who've lost money listening to you over the years.
So, Johnny.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with Omar here. I mean, Gordon, just you fail to realize that you can't compare self-reported data on the FSD tracker website, no matter how good the data is or how accurate you think it is, compared to Department of Safety, California DMV data for something else. I mean, it's just the fact that you're even trying to do that just shows how disingenuous you are. Thank you.
Stacy.
Oh, hi, Yaman. Yeah, I've been sitting here listening, and I just have three short points to make regarding what I've been hearing this last, 30 minutes or so. So first of all, Gordon, um, if for you to say that someone's getting non-material public information or stealing it, or you're calling them a liar, I mean, first of all, you just said that Cybertruck is a flop, and that's why they aren't selling any. That is materially false. I mean, I have one on order. I ordered one in June 2022. I want to know how many units of Cybertruck have been ordered. So for you to just say and flat out say they're not selling any Cybertrucks, you said that. That's a quote. Okay. So let's talk about lying. Number two, you have a pattern of getting your information from unnamed sources close to the industry, quote unquote. That's pretty laughable. China Daily, sources close to the industry, come on. Okay. Lastly, you want Gordon, you want Tesla to be more transparent like Ford or GM. So they should run their operations more like them, huh? Okay, so I, as not a financial analyst, would never trust you with my money because GM stock in 2019 October was $34. Now it's 45. Woohoo! That is awesome. 1.3 times more. Ford stock in 2019 was $7.54. Now it's $12.13. Wow, 1.6 times. Great. What a great gain. Tesla stock, $15.43 in October 2019, 171 now, 11 times over. So for you to sit here and tell anybody, I just like, your whole goal is to get them to short the stock or to bring it down. You're lying in order to artificially bring the stock down, and that is my opinion. Okay, so you tell me whatever you want, Gordon, but all I hear is blah blah blah. LiDAR radar, Tesla lies, blah blah blah. I'm not listening to it anymore.
Okay.
So I'll
Gordon,
sing if Yaman wants me to later, but man, I'm
later.
steamed.
Thank you. Gordon.
Yeah, I wish her luck.
You're not going to address any other points,
Cool, I'm
Gordon? Come
buying
on.
stock now.
Maria.
Gordon, as far as disengagement and critical disengagement data for Waymo, not WAMO, you threw out numbers over 1 million miles. Then I heard 100,000 seem to be all over the map.
No, it's
What do you-
2.4 million miles critical disengagement, according to the California DMV. They had one critical disengagement in 2023 every 2.4 million miles.
So what are all of those monitoring people doing? They're not at all intervening in the car. I mean, we have people in this space that have been in Waymos where there were several times Yaman himself had to have an intervention by a remote driver. So are we counting those or are we not counting those? And what's the number there? How many miles before they have to intervene?
That's a question for the California DMV, not me.
Would you agree that's obviously an important metric in measuring interventions?
Again, a question for the California DMV.
Good punt.
Yoda.
Hey Gordon, just got a question for you. As an American, would you like to see an American company excel at resolving and solving full self-driving, bring autonomous vehicles on the roads in the US, around the world, assuming that that drives up efficiency and productivity, and then after that, bring humanoids onto the scene? Or would you like that to be accomplished by a Chinese company or maybe a European company?
Yeah. So two things there. Number one, I think the lion's share of Tesla's production, I believe, is in China. Um, number one, but number two, it's not about what I like or what I want. I try to take emotion completely out of it. What I try to do is, as accurately as I can, predict what a company is going to earn, and then put a multiple on those earnings to see what the fair value is, and then based on that, I can say whether the stock is a buy or a sell. That's what I'm trying to do. I try to take emotion completely out of it. It's not about what I want to see or what I don't want to see. I try to do the analysis to the point where I can get a good idea of what the earnings are. Again, put a multiple on it, and that's what the stock is worth.
So, John,
Yeah, Gordon, to that point, if you just want to take the emotion out of it and you just want to look at the numbers, how come you spend so much time tweeting at the SEC and at NHTSA? I mean, almost every one of your other posts is a tag to the SEC and to say, hey, look at this, or oh my God, I can't believe Tesla did that. That all sounds pretty emotional to me.
No, not at all. Two things there. Number one, I think Tesla is going to go down as the single greatest short in the history of the stock market with respect to the amount of money they lose investors. Number one. And number two, if you go back to 2019 when we initiated coverage of Tesla, we said that FSD was vaporware. We said that after Battery Day, everything they said was false. We said that the Semi was going to be a flop in vaporware. We said that the Cybertruck was not going to be a $40,000 truck with 500 miles. And I think that looking forward to today, I think a lot of those things have proven correct. We also said that their margins were artificial and that what they did was they took out, fog lights, parking sensors. They were qualifying in chips in 2 weeks when typically that takes 2 years. And that allowed them to have cars available when no one else did, which artificially boosted their margins. And we don't think that's going to repeat. So I think a lot of what we said has proven accurate. And the things that we retweet are simply articles supporting what we said years ago. Hopefully that helps.
machine.
Gordon, in 2019, you had a price target for Tesla at $88, which is pre-split, and I believe would come out to about what, $5, $6 now. Do you think you want to keep that price target? Do you think Tesla will ever get back to that price target?
Yeah, so our year-end price target is $22 and change. That's year-end 2024. So we do expect Tesla to hit our price target by year-end. So hopefully that answers your question.
Sorry, Gordon. $22 per share?
22 and change.
Okay. Yeah, two connected but really quick questions. Net of every long or short position you've ever had on Tesla, were you net short or net long? And connected to that, net, did you lose money or gain money on those investments?
I don't even understand what that question is, but I'm gonna say no answer there.
Give me the other. Jimmy. 3, 2, 1. Bill Bob Joe.
Yeah, just would like to mention to Gordon, it sounds like he's making the same mistakes that a lot of other poor investors make. The first of which is anchoring. So you had a thesis in 2019 that FSD was vaporware. You're anchored to that, and it seems like you're not willing to deviate from that thesis. You're just seeking information to support that thesis.
Let me explain that real quick.
The other mistake that you're making that a lot of other poor investors make is using rear view mirror. You're looking at PE ratios You're looking at the industry that Tesla operates in, automotive manufacturing. Anybody with a calculator can calculate a PE ratio and come up with a stock price. The way that you become a good investor and you make good returns is by doing the research and predicting the future cash flows accurately, not the past ones. Thank you.
Yeah, so just real quick, if I could. So the reason why I don't know what this anchoring thing is. I mean, Tesla's FSD is ranked dead last by Guidehouse. But so what we found interesting was, again, every year there's a video since 2014. Elon Musk has said next year we'll have basically level 5 ADAS, full self-driving robo taxis on the road. And in 2019, via a Freedom of Information Act request, there was actual exchanges between Tesla's lawyers and the California DMV that came out, where Tesla's lawyers told the California DMV, this is all public, that their self-driving cars were level 2 and will only ever be level 2. That was a direct quote from Tesla's lawyers to the California DMV. So, I thought then we had the smoking gun. Clearly, the market didn't agree. But that's why we have stated that Tesla's FSD is vaporware, because if you're level 2, you're not FSD, you're driver assist, and that's why we continue to believe so.
Gordon, how many FSD users do you think there will be by the end of the year? How many FSD users purchase or subscribe?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
How many people will be using FSD by the end of the year?
Well, I'm sure you saw the YPIT, I think it's YPIT data that came out 2 days ago, where they said that despite all the trials, there's only 2% uptake of FSD. That's a disastrous outcome if correct. So I don't know the answer to that question, but the actual uptake given these free trials has been dismal, according to YPIT, I think the source is.
Omar, did you just say this one? Did you say this data point?
I haven't seen it, but I have a hard time believing it's that low. From what I've seen, there's a high conversion rate.
Gordon, can you reply to the space with that? And as I reminded all the people who are requesting to speak, please reply to the space with your question. I'm monitoring the questions. If you request to speak 7 times, I will remove you from the space. Jimmy.
Hello, Mr. Johnson.
Not Gianni, Jimmy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jimmy. All right, this is amateur hour here. Gianni, go ahead.
Mr. Johnson, would you, and we've been talking about transparency, would you just tell us about your fund and what your strategies are? Just be open about that.
He doesn't have a fund. He's a sell-side analyst. Xander.
A quick question for Gordon. I'm on your site, and you mentioned we when you're talking about the research, but the only articles are from you. Are there other people that are a part of the team, or is this just? I'm a little confused.
That's a ridiculous question.
Well, the company's called GLJ, so that's your initials. The only articles and information on your website are only you, but you continue to use we, but I've never heard of who these we are. So I'm just asking respectfully.
Okay, any questions about Tesla's fundamentals, guys? Seriously, I'm really sick of this like personal back and forth.
By the way, Yaman, do you see the article that I just posted?
Yeah, let me see. Okay, wait, YPIT data suggests. So this is at the top, Omar. If you haven't seen it, I haven't seen it either. So this is coming from an account called TSLA. What is that account, Gordon?
They're quoting YPIT data from China. If you spoke Mandarin, you could find this on the Chinese websites.
According to UPIT, the conversion rate from this FSD trial to paid is only 2%. I think the sample size is small, 2% conversion when the 74% trial has expired. UPIT wrong, or if we need something groundbreaking. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, there's no link provided. We don't really know what the source is. Machine.
I'm sorry, is this subscriptions in China? There's
Yeah,
no
this is unclear.
there's no new FSD in China yet. They haven't
It's not
tried.
China data. It's the free trials in the U.S.
But it's someone in China, someone in some small town in China, you're saying has pulled the data in the US. That's what you're going with? Just to be clear.
Yeah, how did they get this data exactly?
Yeah. Okay. But Gordon, you didn't answer my question. How many people do you think in your model? I mean, I'm sure you have a discounted cash flow model, right? And you have some sort of number assigned to the number of users for the end of this year, next year. No?
I'm sorry. What's the question?
How many people do you think will be using FSD by the end of this year, next year, in your forecast model?
So that's not how we do it. I think the way that most sell side analysts and buy side analysts model out FSD is just taking the current quarter revenue and assuming a growth rate going forward.
Okay. Stacey?
Just one last quick follow-up statement. For somebody who wants more transparency, I don't think I have enough fingers to count how many times Gordon has not answered or refused to answer or said, I'm
That's
not
okay.
going to answer that
It's
question.
I really don't want to talk about the personal this and that. You know, I want to focus on the fundamentals of Tesla. Political reality. Anything on your side?
No, I guess I question for Omar, maybe Machine or Yoda is, assuming that FSD doesn't materialize in the way that we talk about for robotaxi, what do they think a fair multiple is for Tesla without that? We asked Gordon that question, but I'm curious on the other side, what do they think a fair multiple is? It's an interesting, it's an interesting discussion to have, since every discussion we're having so far says, well, the multiple is based on FSD. Well, if FSD doesn't happen, then what's the right multiple for Tesla?
Machine.
I think a normal tech multiple, normal stock market multiple of, depending on the growth rate, 20 to 30. For Tesla though, estimating out a few years, maybe I would estimate something like $3 of earnings per year. And so, yeah, that would definitely devalue the stock. The stock has a lot of growth built into it, automotive and energy. So if you have no FSD, then there's not going to be really any share price growth, in my opinion.
Yeah, Gordon, I have a follow-up question to the earlier question. If you don't have a separate forecast for FSD revenues and profits, how do you determine that you have indeed assigned a fair bit of value to FSD, like you said earlier?
Yeah, so I do have a value. So I don't have my model open, but we take the FSD revenue from Q1 and we grow it every quarter. We assume 100% gross margin because it's vaporware, so it doesn't have costs associated with it. That's how it flows through our model.
Got you. So what is that revenue number for Q4?
I don't have my model open.
Okay.
But the revenue number for when you say Q4, I guess you're talking about Q4 of 2024. But for Q4 and Q4 23 and Q1 of 24, it's all, you can find those in the 10K and 10Q respectively.
Yeah, Q4 of 2024. Yeah. So you're saying you don't have your model open. That's fine. Would you be able to send me or DM me your model? Or
No.
is it too much back? Okay. How can what do I need to do to get that?
You could become a paying subscriber to GLJ Research.
How much is that?
We can talk about that offline.
Okay.
Yaman, I can provide you my model personally. I can send you something.
Yeah, but are your initial GLG?
It's just machine.
Only if you refer to yourself as the we. Jimmy.
Yes. Oh, he left. Huh. Well, that was weird. So I got in and he left?
Cool, he's here. Go ahead.
He is? Man, my app is screwed up. Can you hear me, Gordon?
Yes.
Oh, wow. My question is two questions. Number one, what is your incentive to do battle this way? I come from the equity research industry as well. I left the industry, but I must say this is pretty weird to see someone like you with a license to come into a space like this and to attempt to persuade who exactly. I don't really get that. Typically when you make an equity research piece, if it's a hit piece or if it's a sell piece, there are reasons why you have to have it. You believe that you're supporting your team, that you're helping your clients, things of that nature. What is your target audience of this criticism of FSD and Tesla? And number two, the other question is this. I understand that you believe you're an expert on this, but from my understanding of your research, I rarely see experts on computer vision quoted in your work. I often see consumer reports instead quoted, many of which are highly manipulated, are essentially paid for rankings. I mean, this is a well-known thing. Those rankings are like Forbes rankings. You can pay for them to get to the top 5. It's kind of like an affiliate link service. It is nothing more than a subscription by large companies who want to pay for the marketing. And yet you use it as quotes. I find that very strange. If you read Adam Jones's articles, or if you read anyone from any of the big banks, they usually, and you know this very well, I'm sure you've read their equity reports, they quote people in the industry itself, in the auto industry. They quote academics who either consult for them, or they quote these analytics firms, very big ones, that they obviously pay subscriptions to, large amounts, in order to get certain amounts of data and information. I don't see you doing that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd venture to say you've never seen a GLJ research report. Number one. Number two, I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. I come into these spaces to see what is being discussed, and I'm often asked questions. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. And when people like Holmars say things that are incorrect, I think it benefits you guys for him to be corrected, and some of the other things that were said. So that's why I'm here. I just like to hear what the discourse is amongst the bullish crowd.
Okay, so the audience that you're targeting is the bullish crowd, and you believe that by battling Omar and apparently calling him out, you're going to inform us. Aren't you like everyone else in the mainstream media who does the exact same thing to Tesla? I mean, if you're really trying to inform us, wouldn't you have long pieces that you would describe and talk about with us? We would go through point by point and learn about your process, your methodology, and trying to understand your perspective. But you're here to go against someone in this space. That seems like an attempt to get more followers, to be honest, and essentially get in with a rip, a quick in and out to get some points. And I find that very, very odd from a professional member of the financial services industry.
Yeah, again, I'm not here to inform anybody of anything. I come in here to hear the discourse amongst the Tesla bulls.
You just said you were.
Thank you.
Somebody says 2 + 2 is 6. I'm going to correct it and say no, it's 4.
Okay, machine.
Speaking of quick in and out, Gordon, never mind.
I really want to focus on because it's fundamentals. Neon.
Hey, Gordon. If I told you that yesterday my mom's Model Y drove us about 5 miles through about 6 intersections, around about a highway to grab some ice cream, and there were 0 interventions, would you presume that I'm lying?
I mean, no, I wouldn't presume that you were lying, but I also wouldn't presume that you're telling the truth. But again, when you have the average human driving, I think it's like the average human has 2 crashes in their life and drives 700,000 miles. Um, so for FSD, not FSD, that's vaporware. For any ADAS technology to be level 5, it has to be on an equivalent basis. The guys that provide data to the California DMV are seeing one intervention every 17,000 miles. So when you tell me you drove 5 miles without any intervention and you laud that as something special, I mean, I just want to highlight it's nothing special. So I hope that helps.
Gordon, if you're wrong on Tesla in 2024, on Tesla's 2024, which item do you think has the most upside risk?
Now that's a good question. So we could clearly be wrong, and I think that the biggest risk to our Tesla thesis and price target this year is aggressive um, uh, interaction by the Federal Reserve as well as Janet Yellen. If the Fed engages in quantitative easing and/or they engage in significant monetary support, I think that the entire market will lift, including Tesla, and our price target will not be achieved. That's a real risk, number one. Number two, Elon Musk and his ability to create stories around things that may not exist. Like, him doing this, what is it, a robo taxi, whatever. So these days he does where people get excited and, a lot of my sell side peers come out and say it's a game changer and, it's going to change the world. His ability to create additional market cap out of thin air is definitely a risk. So I think those are the two risks to us this year.
How do you think Elon's compensation vote is going to play out at the annual shareholder meeting?
I have no idea.
Okay. Any other questions for Gordon on Tesla's fundamentals? Please request to speak. Gordon, you said before that Tesla is not an AI company, yet Tesla is spending more than $10 billion on AI R&D, buying chips from NVIDIA, putting inference computers in its cars. How do you kind of make that connection between the two?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You said before that Tesla is not an AI company, yet Tesla spent more than $10 billion in training GPUs, putting inference computers in its cars, and also AI research. How do you explain that?
Right. So if I'm buying AI chips from NVIDIA, am I an AI company? I mean, I think this is my view, and this isn't really analysis, so it's not really worth much. But I think that with AI, it's like a number of companies just jumped on the hype train. I see, food companies talking about their AI companies. And I think that if you mention AI in your company, this isn't a Tesla thing. This is just a general stock market thing. People get excited and buy your stock. So, Tesla's been trying to achieve, level 5 autonomy since 2014. And Elon Musk has been saying since 2014 something along the lines of we're almost there or we're there next year for over a decade roughly. So to now just say he's an AI company, I think that's why we say that's why in our view, and this again our opinion worth 2 cents if you will, but to just jump on the AI bandwagon I think is more of a stock pump, our opinion.
Do you think that's the case for Microsoft, Amazon, and others who are spending tens of billions of dollars on buying chips from NVIDIA and others?
How much revenue are they generating from selling AI-based products?
I mean, Tesla is too, right? Selling FSD.
FSD is vaporware. It doesn't exist.
Well, it's generating revenues and profits. So if that's your metric, then I guess FSD is an AI product as well. Do you think Microsoft, Amazon, and Meta are also, hyping AI services, or do you think those are?
Again, how much revenue are those companies generating from selling AI-based products? It's
Well,
somewhat
I don't know. You tell me.
I think you know the
Yeah,
answer.
you tell me. How much revenue are they generating from selling AI products?
Not much.
So how much AI revenue does a company need to generate to be a AI company in your mind?
Is that to a question for me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What was the question again?
How much AI revenue does a company need to generate to be considered an AI company in your mind?
Look, so in Q1, 93% roughly of Tesla's revenue came from selling cars. It's a car company, and they and 93% of the revenue came from selling cars. In that quarter, they generated a negative $2.5 billion free cash flow burn.
Okay, so if they do 10% of revenue from AI selling FSD, let's say, is that an AI company now? Is it 20%, 50%?
I mean, yeah, man, let's take a step back. This isn't a Tesla question. Let's just think about this, realistically. If I'm getting 90% of my revenues from selling widgets and 10% of my revenues from selling lemonade, what kind of company am I? Am I a widget company or a lemonade company? Forget about Tesla. Just practically, to be honest. If you get 90% of your revenue from selling widgets, 10% from selling lemonade, are you a widget company or a lemonade company?
I don't think it's that black and white. So I guess what I'm getting from you is that if it's more than 50%, you'll say, okay, this is an AI company. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Omar.
But yeah, I mean, I just want to stress it doesn't matter what I think. I'm just here again trying to get some, listen to the discourse and correct things that are categorically false. A lot of things that Holmars is saying. But the way that institutional investors are going to value this company, it doesn't matter. They can say they're an AI company. Tesla can say we're going to do a robotaxi day, a Optimus day, etc. The way that this company is going to be valued is going to boil down to how much cash do they generate and how much earnings do they put out. And if those numbers get worse from here, those holding this stock could be in for a rough go at it, if you will.
Omar.
Question for Gordon. When Amazon first launched AWS and it had just barely started collecting revenue, was it a book company at that point?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
When Amazon generated most of their revenue selling books and just opened AWS, would you characterize them as a book company at that point?
Okay, so, these AWS comparisons are often made by Tesla cult members because you're trying to liken Tesla to Amazon. Amazon with AWS had a monopoly in the market, and AWS isn't a highly capital intensive, low margin business like the automotive business is. I'll remind you of a quote from Warren Buffett. He said, there were thousands of auto companies in the early 1900s. And, it was truly a revolutionary and, differentiated technology. But he said you'd be better off shorting horses than going long auto companies because nearly every single one of them went bankrupt. The automobile business is nothing like the tech business. And I think that that's a hard lesson that will be learned this year.
Is the book selling business like the tech business?
Yeah, but Omar, in fairness, Amazon launched in 1994 and AWS didn't launch for 13 years after that. So to compare them as a bookseller to AWS, you're missing, I don't know, probably $300 billion in revenue between those two periods from other products. I don't know that that's a fair comparison.
I think the bigger point is that we want to forecast what the revenue and earnings are going to be in the future. Now, if you want to say, look, I think they're an auto company, I think the revenue and earnings in the future are going to be primarily dominated by auto. That's a fair thesis to have, but businesses can evolve.
I just want to highlight, right? So if you go back to even 2017, right? The thesis then was you want to pay up for Tesla because they're going to have cars that drive themselves. So again, how long do we get to say eventually this is going to be a huge opportunity when quarter after quarter, 93 to 95% of their revenues come from selling cars?
Gordon,
I
when
like this discussion a lot. There are people in the replies saying very negative things about Gordon, very negative. There are people in my DMs. I'm getting messages once a second right now about I should do this and I should do that. And the fact is, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to do, and I'm gonna have whoever I want to have on the board. So the only decision you can make is to not listen or listen. That's the only decision you have to make. Don't use DMs to try to influence this, or I will remove you, machine.
I would just like to take a moment to compliment Gordon for, number one, his analysis of inflation and what he thinks the Fed should do. I find that analysis pretty useful. And two, for him to come on to a space where a lot of people want to come insult him. I think it's useful to come on and have calm discussion between people. So I appreciate him for doing that. And number three, I want to thank myself for being here to provide all of you the emotional support you need in these times.
Yoda.
Thanks, Machine. Yeah, I think Omar's broader point was like, you know, for Apple to be thought of as a computer company when they first start the iPhone business, it was difficult to foresee that they would become a phone company. And so, uh, I think companies are able to evolve. And on that point, Gordon, you may not have this readily available, so it's fine if you want to trace back, but encourage you to look at the Master Plan Part 1, which was published in 2006, and subsequently Part 2, 2016, when Elon talked about how he would build the sports car first, that's high end, then that would use the money to then build the more mid-range car, and so on and so forth. I won't go into the details, but if you really zoomed out, would love to hear your opinion after looking at that, whether he has executed according to that vision.
You want to take that one, political?
No, I mean, look, I think it's not. I think that people conflate the value of Tesla as an equity with what Elon and Tesla have accomplished, and the measure of what Tesla's accomplished shouldn't be by what they haven't done. It should be by what they've done, and they've clearly done some extraordinary things. They've redefined the auto market. They've certainly pushed companies to think more aggressively about autonomy. They've challenged companies to think more aggressively around some of Elon's other ventures, whether it be free speech with X or rockets landing themselves with SpaceX. So I think to sit here and suggest that, and I'm not in the Tesla hater, I don't think what Tesla's done is valuable. I think just the opposite. I think the challenge is separating that and decomposing what has been an extraordinary run and a company that's been well rewarded for it from, how you value this company today and going forward. And you have to separate those two. You can't, if you're blinded and you're going to say Elon's a fraud, he's said a whole bunch of things that he didn't do. If that's your measure of where Tesla is, then you're never going to objectively measure the value of the stock. On the other side, if everything's rosy and Tesla's making huge progress and all the rest of it, you're also not going to effectively value the
Thank
stock.
you.
So yeah. So
Nicholas.
hey, let me say one more thing.
Nicholas, you're just too you were too verbose to reality. Nicholas.
Yeah. Thanks, Yaman. One thing, first of all, the hyperscalers have more or less announced how much they're making on AI. AWS alone has, or Amazon announced that it was in the billions strictly on AI. To assume that just because you buy compute from NVIDIA means that you're not an AI company, well, that's literally what the hyperscalers are doing, and they're renting that compute out. They're also doing things internally, but with that logic, if you follow that down the line, then NVIDIA is not an AI company either, because all they're doing is building hardware. That's not AI, that's chip making. That's not the same thing. And you can even go further. They're not actually the ones building the chips either. So if you keep going down that line, then all of a sudden all these companies aren't anything. So I don't think that's a cogent argument to continue speaking along those lines. Now, with that said, let's just forget about trackers. Let's forget about engagements and all that. Gordon, my question to you is, let's say we get to October, end of this year, whatever. Let's assume, just hypothetically, right? You could be right, we could all be wrong, but I think it's always good to straw man the other side. If Tesla comes out with a physical robotaxi, whatever it looks like, if they actually start designating a, whether it's like a Waymo style small geo area or whatever, they start actually doing robotaxi rides. At that point, even if with the data that you want to use, it's not as good as Waymo or Zoox or whoever else you want, at that point, do you think it would be fair to reconsider your perspective on valuing Tesla from an AI FSD perspective, even if they're not as good as Waymo or anything else, however you want to phrase it? At that point, does it warrant a rethink? Thank you.
So I think the question is, with the I'm looking at this this Tesla FSD tracker website.
I said
and
ignore that.
Yeah, so 330, whatever. Okay, so to answer your question, there's specific applications that you have to apply for to get approved to be a robotaxi that
Not in
Tesla
Florida.
hasn't applied for. So I guess what you're saying is, if they're able to skirt all legal requirements and put out robotaxis that are 10,000 times more dangerous than the leading four guys via the California DMV data, how much will the stock be worth? I don't know the answer to that, but I think, for the safety of human beings in this country, I hope that doesn't happen. Does that answer your question?
No, it doesn't, because that was my question. Forget legalities, forget about any trackers or anything. Just on the merit of the
I
fact
need
that
you to, Nicholas, I need you to ask a question in 10 words or fewer.
if they put out a robotaxi that you can pay and charge for, does that warrant a revaluation of your model?
Right. So what I need to do is understand what the margins on that business are, what they're charging, what they will be charging, what the costs are, et cetera. Because I think you can see from some of the other robo-taxi companies out there, they're not making money using this tech. We need to look into that, but I think the probability of that happening is worse than me seeing a unicorn coming down a rainbow with a pot of gold of a leprechaun.
Wow. That almost makes me want to have just Omar and Gordon on the stage. Robert, welcome. We have 15 minutes to go, 1-5. Okay, so 15 minutes to go, everybody. Robert, go ahead for a minute or two.
I studied innovation for more than a decade in Silicon Valley because of my blog. That led to me having the first ride in the first Mercedes-Benz autonomous car, the first ride in the first Tesla, the first ride in the first BMW i3 electric car. And I've studied this company from the beginning. When I got my car 6 years ago, it couldn't even drive down the freeway straight. Now it's driving right now, literally. I'm in my car, my hand's not on the steering wheel, and it's doing just fine. This company has data and innovation that is still to come. They are driving a car across the Golden Gate Bridge every 1 to 5 seconds at this point. I went and counted the other day again to see how much more data they're collecting at Tesla Corporation than anybody else. I can't even find the number 2 car that has an AI computer in the glove compartment and has 9 cameras on it capturing all the data. So there is no other competition for self-driving in America other than Tesla. My car right now is stopping behind a Ford truck. It works most of the time. You still want to watch.
Robert, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So that was a good dissertation, but my question is, if you drove 300 miles, how many interventions do you think you would have with your Tesla lane assist technology?
None.
Okay.
It just, you don't have interruptions on freeways. The places where it terrifies me is sometimes on a.
No. I'm talking freeways and city streets. I'm talking about an official robo-taxi. So for it to be a robo-taxi, it
If
can't
I'm
just be
driving
freeway.
300 miles, I'm always on the freeway. I'm on the freeway right now. I'm on Freeway 280 going through Los.
So on city streets, if you drove 300 miles,
No.
how many interventions do you think you would have?
Robert, your connection is bad, so I'm going to move you down. Your connection is really bad. Adam, go ahead.
Hey, Gordon, I wanted to say thanks for coming into this space, and I'm enjoying everybody's discussion very much. Where I start to diverge from some of the things you say is, that I've been experiencing FSD for several years now, and you call it vaporware. And I think I recall you saying a few weeks back in another space that you're not comfortable using it. I think that's totally fair. If you're not comfortable with something, you shouldn't participate with it. If I don't want to go fly on a commercial flight because I'm not comfortable with that, I think that's totally my choice. But when you call it vaporware, when you don't choose to experience it, I wonder kind of how you justify that.
Yeah, so it is vaporware. Full self-drive is level 5 ADS. That's the definition. So for them to call it full self-driving, it is vaporware. It's lane assist technology. It's level 2. With respect to me not experiencing it personally, I mean, again, I can pull up 100 videos on YouTube right now of this technology swerving into other lanes, nearly wrecking into cones, sideways, sidewalks, etc. So I don't need to personally experience a near-death experience to see that this technology is dangerous. I hope that helps.
Yeah, I actually, you guys, this is in contrast to what most bulls say. I don't think you have to personally experience the product or service to understand it from an investment perspective. I think the data speaks for itself. I disagree with Gordon based on data, but I also disagree with most bulls on this topic that you have to personally experience a product or a service to understand its potential. Holes, go ahead. Gordon, go ahead.
Yeah, so Yaman, when you say you disagree with me based on the data, so I'm looking at, again, TeslaFSDtracker.com 12.3.6. City miles to disengagement 16, highway miles to disengagement 108, right? But if you pull up the California DMV data that was reported last year, which California published, I think Zooks was
Yeah,
at
I got
roughly
you. We talked about this. I
17,000
already
miles.
addressed. I already addressed that, right? Because I said they're not apples to apples. First of all,
Why are they
those.
not apples to apples?
I'll tell you why. 2 reasons. One, those companies you're mentioning are using different forms of, which is fine, right? If they want to choose that, that's fine. But secondly, they are constrained in a certain area, whereas the data that you're citing for Tesla is nationwide. If you took Waymo and Cruise and Zoox and whatever and put them on a random location in New York, they wouldn't be able to do anywhere close to the numbers that you're citing for them. So that's why they're not apples to apples. Any other questions, comments? Mario, anything on your end?
I'm just driving manually right now. Looking forward to FSD soon.
Okay, we're gonna give one more chance to Robert, see if his connection improved. Robert?
Yeah, this is why I wanted to know how you define disengagements, because I disengage my car for all sorts of stupid reasons, many of which are my own fault. In fact, I just did one right now because I wanted to take over the car and drive. I just felt like driving. That counts as a disengagement. It disengages for other reasons. that have nothing to do with.
Yeah, but I don't think that's not true for Tesla FSD Tracker.
I know.
If someone that takes over because they want to drive, that doesn't count as a disengagement for that tracker. So that doesn't address Gordon's points. All right, we have a couple more minutes of this. Omar, anything on your end?
No, just looking at some of this Waymo data, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, what do you think?
Well, one of the things that surprised me is that they have 75% of their miles driven with humans, which, you know, I didn't expect it to be that magnitude. And, they've got about 17,000 miles per disengagement for their test fleet, about 84,000 miles per disengagement for their driverless fleet. And I think humans get in a crash every, 200 to 250,000 miles potentially, every 18 years or so. So obviously, not every intervention would have been a crash, but just some interesting data in terms of what's necessary.
So can you clarify for me, the remote interventions for Waymo and others, do they count as a disengagement on that report or not?
Yeah, so for their test fleet, this can include situations where the human disengaged or incidents where the AV system disengaged itself. So that's about 215 disengagements within their test fleet, which represents 75% of their miles. Their driverless fleet in California had 14 disengagements over just over 1 million miles. So in the case of a driverless car, a disengagement refers to them having to go and send a human to pick up the car.
Gordon.
Yeah, so I just want to highlight that this geofence objection is also, in my view, wrong and misinformation, and something that a lot of Tesla bulls lay their hats on. And let me explain. So the point is, most driving is within a geofence. That is something like 95% of all Uber US drivers are within a 25 miles of an international airport. So if you geofence San Francisco, New York, Atlanta, and Miami, that's probably like 20 to 30% of all taxi revenue. So to just blindly say, oh, you can't compare geofence, I think is fundamentally flawed.
I agree with you that demand for rideshare is going to be mostly in center cities for the next few years at a minimum. But you can't compare the data. Like, for example, if you take Waymo and put them in a city, okay, where they're not mapped, that you're not going to get the same performance that you're citing for Waymo. But if you take a Tesla, put them into any city or rural area, you're going to get similar performance than what you're seeing with the Tesla FSD tracker. That's why I don't think they're apples to apples. All right. Great discussion, Gordon. I hope you come back sooner. We're going to end YouTube. We're going to end YouTube, and then Stacey's going to sync for us on X because YouTube doesn't allow copyright issues and all that stuff. And then we're going to end X space as well. Stacey, thank you very much for volunteering to do this again. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Yaman. I appreciate it. And yeah, lively discussion, rousing discussion. Hope people, enjoy your space. I know I do. So anyway, this is Shattered by OAR. And I just learned it today. So here we go.